Good evening, and thank you for joining us. We appreciate your attendance here. Please silence any cell phones. At this time, I invite Father John Alexandros to come forward from St. Prophet Elias Church. He will lead us in the invocation. Please all rise.
Let me just take a minute. I am not Father John. At the last minute, he couldn't make it, so he called me. I'm Father Andrew Lesko. I've been associated with St. Elias for 30 years, but I'm a chaplain for the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. And since I've been assigned to the Coroner's Division on Lena Road for the past 12 years, having the opportunity to pray before a live audience is a really unique experience for me. Let us pray. O Heavenly King, the Comforter and Spirit of Truth, who are present everywhere and fill us with all things, we thank you for the gifts that you have given us, both seen and unseen. We are especially thankful for our mayor, for our city council, for all city employees and first responders who work tirelessly to make this a great city in which to live, work, and play. And as we begin the meeting tonight, we ask for a special prayer that you'll grant us your strength, your wisdom, patience, and understanding, that whatever we do in the course of this meeting and for the rest of our lives be to the glory of your name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. At this time, we'll invite Michael Kemp to come to the podium to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Michael's a sixth grader at Palm Avenue Elementary School.
Okay. Right hand over your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Michael. You may be seated. This time we'll ask for a report. Closed session. Mr. Sines.
Yes, ma'am. Under item A, which is existing litigation, council gave, in the matter of the city versus Sioux, council gave settlement directive by vote of 7-0. In the matter of Castaneda versus City of San Bernardino, council gave settlement directive by vote of 7-0. In the matter of Andrade versus City of San Bernardino, the council gave settlement directive by vote of 7-0. In the matter of Samatua versus City, council gave settlement directive by vote of 7-0. We'll have to go back into closed session to cover some of the other items under anticipated litigation and anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation. But with respect to the items listed under item E, which is real property negotiations, there are 4 items listed, 4 properties identified there. As to each of those 4, council gave negotiation directive by vote of 7-0 as to each of the 4. And once again, we'll go back into closed session to finish the rest of the closed session calendar. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Also, city managers
Yes, City Manager.
gave direction related to the city.
Yes. On the item listed as the performance evaluation for the city manager, that was discussed. The process was discussed, and council gave a directive as to the process that will be followed through that evaluation.
Thank you. We have several appointments this evening. We will consolidate those appointments that are the same commission. The first is the appointment to the Compensation Commission. Mr. Juan Figueroa being appointed by Councilmember John Valdivia, and Charlene Dixon being appointed by Councilmember Basine Richard, and I'm appointing Mr. Gary Silvas.
So moved.
We have a motion. We have a second. Please cast your votes. She's not here. Okay.
On item 1, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. If I could ask Mr. Figueroa and Mr. Silvas to come forward to be sworn in. Mr. Valdivia will join me.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. Say your name on the Testament. I do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. To bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you. And you both to sign. Mr. Service. Right there.
Thank you, City Clerk, and I want to thank Mr. Silvius for stepping forward to be a member of this commission. And so with that, we have this commission appointment certificate for you, as well as a city pin. Would you like to say a few words? All right.
Happy to be here.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
I, too, want to present this certificate to commission appointment to Mr. Figueroa regarding the Elected Official Compensation Commission. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. The next three appointments are to the Art and Historical Preservation Commission. Mr. Nicholas Cataldo, being appointed by Councilmember Nickel. Mr. Rick Moss, being appointed by Councilmember Richard. And Linda Savage by Councilmember Mulvihill. Thank you. Please cast your votes.
On item 2, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia and the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you, and if we can invite Mr. Cataldo, Mr. Moss, Savage, come forward. Okay.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
Nicholas Cataldo,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear to
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
To bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
I need your signatures. Mr. Cataldo.
Invite Mr. Nickel and Richard to the podium.
Mr. Moss is right here.
I am pleased and honored to that Mr. Moss, he actually volunteered for this, and I'm like, you sure? He says, I'm ready. You know, but he comes with an extensive background. He's been a member of the Arts and Historical Preservation Commission before, and all sorts of other good things that he's done in the community. So, Mr. Moss gives a certificate for you and a city pen. Would you like to say a few words?
I would.
Okay, a few.
Just a few. I'm not winded. I'd like to thank the mayor, Mayor Davis, and City Council for this honor. I'm looking forward to becoming active on this committee and doing all the fine things that it has already done, and to participate and to further move the history, art, and culture of San Bernardino forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I think it goes without saying that Mr. Nicholas Cataldo is probably best described as San Bernardino's resident historian. One of the first meetings I had once elected a few years ago was with Nick and a group of others in the north part of our city, and Nick was excellent at giving me an overview of where we've been and where we're going, and I've always appreciated your counsel, Nick. I think this is truly a place where you are going to be a great fit, and I appreciate all the good work you do to tell the story of San Bernardino and the great history we have. So it's my honor to present this appointment to Mr. Nicholas Cataldo, and this pen. Nick, the podium is yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Nickel, and thank you, Mayor Davis and the City Council and everyone here that's worked for the betterment of our city. I love San Bernardino. I'm not a native to this town, but I've been here over 50 years, and we were out of bankruptcy, thank God, and we're moving in the right direction. And I know we have lots of issues that we're concerned with. I mean, crime and poverty. I mean, those are really major issues. But culture is really big. If we're going to be attracting businesses to our area, if we want to attract forward-thinking people to our area, culture is right up there. And forming this new commission is Arts and Historical Commission. Arts and history go hand in hand with culture and the image of our city. And I look very forward to collaborating with our members of the commission and with the city of San Bernardino. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, the next commission is an appointment by Councilmember Richard. This is Mr. Walter Jarman to the Public Safety and Human Relations Commission. Do we have a motion? Got a motion and a second. Let's cast your votes.
On item 3, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Invite now Mr. Walter Jarman to come forward to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Walter Garner,
I, Walter Garner,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
to bear. Did I? No, no. No, no, no. I was doing. That I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United
and the
States
Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
That I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you so much for coming here today.
Again, this is my pleasure and honor. I've been knowing Mr. Jarman for quite some time. I used to be afraid of him as a child. Me and his daughter hung out together, and he was a highway patrol, and I was just always fearful of him, and we always stayed in line. So, you know, when the seat became available, and I seeked him out because I knew that it's time for a change, and it's time for us to change the type of people or the people that we have sitting on the commissions, and it's time to get fresh ideas. And so I seeked him out, and he says, really? And I said, yes, really. And so he came, and he said, I will definitely do it. And so I am so happy he's here. Here is your certificate, and here is your pen. And would you like to see a few?
I guess we'll just read them.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. To the mayor, common council, and my Councilman Richard, Council President Richard. It is an honor to be invited to volunteer for this position. I do have history here in the city of San Bernardino. As you mentioned, I came here from the academy in Sacramento as a CHP officer, and I served out of the office here for about 12 years prior to going to the Department of Alcohol and Beverage Control. So the name may be familiar to some, but I've came here in July of 1969, and I purchased my home in 1970, and I'm still here. And the city has been just, I saw it as a good place for raising a family and, you know, being involved in community when I came here. And certainly I've seen the change from where it was then in 1969 to where we are today. So it's my honor to accept this appointment, and I would do the best to my ability to carry out the duties for this assignment. Thank you.
Thank you. And if Councilmember Richard will stay there, and we'll ask Charlene Dixon to come forward to be sworn in. I believe she's arrived. you were already voted upon.
Support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
To support and defend the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
To bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States
And the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California,
That I take this obligation freely,
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion.
or purpose of evasion,
And that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter. Here I am again. You know, I met Charlene, and I didn't really know her background, but I knew that she is very active in the community. And so I called her one day and I said, Charlene, what kind of experience do you have? She says, you know, I've been dealing with human relations for about 25 years, 28 years. I don't want to date you. But she's had a lot of personnel experience. And I said, you know, I have a job for you. And she said, sure, whatever you want, I'll do it. And I appreciated that response. So I give you Charlene Dixon. Here's your certificate. Here is your pen. And I know you have a few words to say.
Well, first, I'd like to say thank you to the Common Council and Mayor. I definitely take this opportunity and this obligation seriously. I'm looking forward to serve the city of San Bernardino because I do know that it is one of the best cities around. And as she said, I've got, a lot of years of experience. Currently, I've been working at the same place since 1982. So that's just the start. But again, I really thank you for this opportunity, and I do plan to do my job well. Thank you.
Our next appointment is Mr. Casey Daly, being appointed to the Planning Commission. His name is being put forward by Councilmember Virginia Marquez. We have a motion?
Have we voted on it yet? Is it official?
No?
Are we having some technical issues here? My vote's a yes, by the way,
Vote.
City Clerk.
If you could vote.
On item 4, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette and seconded by Ms. Marquez.
I think it's
John, I'm sorry. And I wrote down Mr. Valdivia. Seconded by
It was
Ms.
me.
Marquez, and it passed 7-0.
Okay, so now that it's official, it is with pleasure that I appoint Casey Daly to the Planning Commission. He is no stranger to this commission. I believe he's served on this commission twice since 2008, so he certainly knows what he's doing. He has a master's degree in public administration, and he has 12 years' experience in local government management, including planning, finance, management, and policy. He also worked for the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, formerly Sandbag, and currently serves as the Director of Energy and Environmental Programs for the Western Riverside Council of Governments. I hope I got that right. Without further ado, Casey Daly. I, Casey Daly,
I, Casey Daly,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
all enemies, foreign and domestic,
bear true faith and allegiance
to bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United
and
States
the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of
That I
California.
take this obligation freely,
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion.
and that I will well and faithfully
I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Well, now that it's official, I'd like to present you with the certificate and the city pen, and I believe the paparazzi's here. So yours, Mr. Davis?
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, it's a pleasure to be back here in front of you. I obviously love serving on the Planning Commission, and so I'm very excited to be able to be back here. Looking forward to seeing all of the growth and development that's taking place in downtown come to fruition and all over the city. And so it's a pleasure to serve, and I'm honored to do it. So thank you very much.
I want to personally thank each of the new commissioners that have accepted these assignments, and we wish you well. Thank you very much for dedicating and committing your time to the benefit of the city of San Bernardino. I'd like to invite the chamber representative to come forward.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leslie Stevens. I'm the sales director for the Residence Inn by Marriott here in San Bernardino, and I'm serving my third term as the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce board member. And I'm here to deliver the up-and-coming events for the next 2 weeks. Starting tonight at 7:05 with the home games in our Inland Empire 66ers at San Manuel Stadium on East Street, there are also home games to take place Thursday, the 7th, Monday, the 11th, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the 15th, all at 7:05. Saturday, the 16th, is 6:05 start time, and the 17th, Father's Day, at 2:05. Call the 66ers at 888-9922 for more information. On Saturday, June the 9th, the Mothers Against Drunk Driving Inland Empire Walk Like Mad 5-kilometer dash takes place at 1050 West Rialto Avenue in Rialto beginning at 7:30. Call 714-838-6199 to register or for more information. The fabulous, fun Inland Empire Greek Fest on the Hill takes place at 1035 Inland Center Drive beginning Saturday, June 9th at 12 and Sunday, June 10th from 12 to 9. The festival features famous authentic Greek food, Hangar 24, Greek music, crafts, folk dancing. For more information on that, call 885-6213. The San Bernardino County Workforce Development Department will be hosting a job fair at the National Orange Show starting at 9 a.m. Call 1-800-451-5627. The San Bernardino, I already said that, the Inland Empire Small Business Development Center will be hosting a business training event entitled Certifications and SBA 8 Applications at 201 North East Street. Call 983-0751 for details. On that same day, San Bernardino Unified School District Board meeting will take place at the Indian Springs High School at 650 North Del Rosa Drive at 5:30. On June 20th at 9 a.m., the Chamber of Commerce Governmental Affairs Committee takes place at the Chamber Office, 546 West 6th Street, followed by the monthly Chamber Luncheon. Networking is at Outback this month at 620 East Hospitality, and everyone is welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'd like to invite Ms. April Leader to come forward with the Western Region. She's the director for the Western Region Little League Baseball and Softball.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. My name is April Mealater. I am the new West Region Director for Little League Baseball and Softball. I came here today just to share some upcoming events that we have. So July 21st through the 27th, we have our softball regional tournaments. And in August 5th through the 11th, we have our baseball regional tournament. These are really wonderful opportunities for the kids. We have 11 different states that participate. So we have teams from Alaska to Hawaii that come for this competition. Those that win the softball tournament will advance on to the Little League Softball World Series in Portland, Oregon. And those that win the baseball regional will go on to Williamsport, Pennsylvania. This is the first year that ESPN will be recording all games, and it will be on ESPN Plus. So as you can imagine, it gets pretty busy in my neck of the woods that time of year. But I would like to invite you all to participate. We are a volunteer-run organization, and our volunteers are so very important to our organization and everything that we do. We would not be in existence if we did not have the commitment from the communities. So please do come out if you are interested. I would love to speak with you. I'm also relatively new to this area. I moved to California 2 years ago as the assistant director and took over as a director in October. My first experience in California was as a volunteer wildfire fighter, and I really did fall in love with the state, so I'm so very happy to be here. I'm happy to be part of the San Bernardino community, so please do not be shy. I will not, and I look forward to seeing you guys at our tournaments. I will keep you posted. We also have a June 28th, we will have a Chamber of Commerce mixer, so Miss Judy Penman said everyone should be there, and you should remind them for me. So thank you guys so very much for having me. I appreciate it, and I look forward to working with you and being part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'd like to invite Tim Watkins to come forward from San Bernardino County Transportation Authority for an announcement that he has regarding a hearing on the Mount Vernon Bridge.
Thank you. Well, that was my announcement, so thank you, Mayor, very much. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Tim Watkins from the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. As you all know, or maybe you don't know, that the Transportation Authority is working with the city of San Bernardino on a project to reconstruct the Mount Vernon Avenue Bridge in West San Bernardino. Very important project that's coming in. Right now, we're in the process of reevaluating the environmental document for that project. That reevaluation is currently under public review, a period that lasts 30 days, started on May 29th and will go through June 29th. The public can get copies of that document to review either online at gosbcta.com, or they can see it at the Feldheim Library, the Caltrans building at 4th and E, or at the depot at the SBCTA offices at 1170 West 3rd Street. As you mentioned, Mayor, we are having a public hearing as part of that review process. Chance for folks to get information from staff about the project and be able to provide comments about the document that will have to then be responded to prior to the final environmental document. That hearing is on June 19th from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Santa Fe Depot at 1170 West 3rd Street. We hope to see any of you there. We hope to see any of the folks from San Bernardino there to participate. Again, that's June 19th, 5:30 to 7:30 at 1170 West 3rd Street. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Next, we'll invite Field Representative Darrell Fry.
Good evening. Again, I represent Assemblymember Eloise Reyes, and I bombarded you all with some designs. I hope I didn't get no paper cuts out there, but it's important to not only hear it, but to also see it. But also the designs will be here, which I'm going to speak about as well. So a couple events. We're busy. First one of which is this Friday. We're having a micro business summit. This month of May, we promoted small business every day of the month. So now we're doing a summit to kind of collaborate everyone. So if you're a small business owner, please see that flyer there for this Friday. This 14th, it was also stated earlier, but we're partnering up with the Workforce Development for the Job Fair, and that was going to be at the Orange Show on June 14th. Definitely check that out as well. So Muscoy, San Bernardino Muscoy, they're like, very close. But around the elementary schools, there's no sidewalks. There's no crosswalks. So right now we're working on a partnership with a couple of different people, including the county, to kind of produce crosswalks and sidewalks. On the 16th of this month, we're actually doing the crosswalk part of it. So we're getting out there and starting to paint it. So we're doing a ribbon cutting ceremony for the crosswalk. So we're super excited for that. Come support our Muscoy family as well. And then lastly, we're doing a clean slate clinic for our low offense convictions to allow people to get a better job, a better house, just a better opportunity to get their record expunged or dismissed or reduced. So do check that out. The flyers will be here. You guys have a great evening.
Thank you. We will next move to our consent calendar, and we have no speaker slips. It's the speaker slip I have is for a public hearing. Invite next the public to speak on items not on the calendar. First speaker is Carmel Rowe. Carmel Rowe. Robert Porter.
Mayor, council, good people. I've come here today to let you know about Legends of the Arrowhead. Now, I personally took the time to go through newspapers.com and collect all the legends that were written in there of the Arrowhead. Compiled this book, had Nick Cataldo edit it, and it's on Amazon as we speak. I kept the price cheap so we can learn our history. Now, my plan is to get this book out to every single historical society in this area. Could you please pay attention? I'm speaking up here. Thank you very much. Okay. Second, I'd like to talk to you all about the election. All right? I ran and helped an election. I was on a campaign for Congress. And it was a primary. Guess what happened? We won! We were so excited. We thought we had it in the bag, right? We thought we had it in the bag. But we didn't. General election came along, and we lost by 3,000 points, right? That's how easily you can lose after you think you won during the primary. With that lesson learned, I'd like to also say that, Mr. Mayor, you don't have a mandate. If you had a mandate, you would have won wholeheartedly that election, but you didn't. So please take some time and consider why you didn't win that full mandate. Maybe it's because of some of your policies. So before you continue with these policies, like selling them the carousel and things like that, maybe that might affect your votes. I would consider that. So your mandate's gone if you thought you had one. So now it's time to listen to the people, listen to us here. Maybe even consider giving us more time to speak instead of less. That would be excellent. Thank you very much.
John Schollenberger.
Mr. Mayor, council body, thank you for welcoming me. I'm John Schollenberger. I am a block captain in the 7th Ward. Mr. Mulvihill here is our councilman. And I just wanted to take a couple of minutes of your time and use this opportunity to first do some recognition, if I may. Our police department is outstanding. I don't have to tell you that. They have a big challenge on their hands with the things that they face every day in our city. And they do an outstanding job, but there are two in particular that I want to recognize as outstanding is Lieutenant Michael Madden and Captain Richard Lawhead. These gentlemen, these officers understand community policing and they're engaged in the community. Mike has even come to a couple of our neighborhood watch meetings in the 7th Ward. And it's often easy for us to complain about things or point fingers and anything, but I think it's equally as important to recognize people when they're doing a job, because they need that encouragement to know that they're on the right path. And these two gentlemen are on the right path, and when we call upon them for help, they're there for us. And so I just wanted to make sure that I spoke my piece about that. San Bernardino has been wonderful to me. I'm a transplant. I grew up in Riverside, and it was time for me to buy a home in 2008. I came here. But San Bernardino, not only did they have a home for me, but they had a community for me. I became a block captain right away. And I learned from Faye Aldridge, who is a co-captain of mine, took me in under her wing and taught me how to be a good block captain and be an ear and eyes for the community. And I've grown as a person since I've been here. But I want to leave you with this thought. San Bernardino has the potential to surpass Pasadena. This city is perfectly located to the beach, to the desert, everything there. And this city has probably got so many resources in it that we don't even really realize that they have. It's an established city, and I do see great things ahead for this city. Now, with that in mind, I just want people to stop and think about that. Look at the beautiful downtown that I see the future for downtown. It could be just like Pasadena could be, even better. But we just have to put on our thinking caps and just roll up our sleeves and say, yes, we can be a fantastic city, surpassing others in greatness. I'm here for the long haul. I love this city. It's been wonderful to me. I even started my television show here. I'm the host and producer of Life in SoCal. And I just want to say thank you, San Bernardino, for opening your arms to me and giving me a home and a community to belong to. Thank you.
Thank you. Luis Ojeda.
Hello, everybody. First, I want to congratulate all the winners and losers of the last night or yesterday election. But sadly to say that the turnout was very low, 20%. When people win a council seat with 300 votes, 350, that talks about what kind of a community we have, what kind of involvement we have. So hopefully in November, the turnout is going to be a lot better. So that way we'll have a very competitive race. And that way all the people that is running for office will feel challenged that they need to get the act together. Another thing that I want to talk about is, I don't know if you guys are aware, but we've been doing cleanup, illegal dumping sites. So far we got 39. And while we were doing that, I got to talk to a lady that owns a restaurant. And she told me that somebody entered and, they did a burglary in her business. And mind you, she has the video. But the process, I wasn't aware of it. The process is very challenging for some people because you have to do it via email, right? So if you don't have a computer, well, you can make the report. That's one. Two, they're going to put your case, pile up with the rest, and whenever your turn comes up, then that's when the investigator, detective, or whoever's in charge is going to look at it. Just imagine, you have somebody that is breaking into businesses, okay? And let's say 3 months later, somebody in the police department gets hold of this report. I mean, probably by then he already went into another 20 businesses. So I think it's always the same answer when you talk to the police department. They're short-handed and they don't have enough resources. Well, I think it's time to get creative because every time I come over here, I hear that we out of the recession, we out of the bankruptcy, we have money in the bank. So when are we going to start changing things around? Because it's not only about resources and about manpower. It's about the willingness and being creative. So I just want to invite everybody in the city, okay? Yeah, we can complain about you guys. I complain about everybody else. But the only thing that I want to ask the community, ask yourself, what have you done for the community? So thank you.
Thank you. Jim Penman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Not on the agenda tonight is farming out the city attorney's office. The firm I'm with, as of counsel, Milligan, Beswick, Levine, and Knox, will be submitting a proposal to the city asking us to consider our firm to be city attorney should you go there. Mr. Milligan, the senior partner of the firm, and I talked about what I'm going to say tonight, and he told me to go right ahead, so I just want to get all that out. Glad we have Andrea here, Travis Miller doing a great job. I talked to some of you about hiring her when you did. I think you did the right thing, and very glad to see Greg Devereaux sitting at the table, and they're getting good advice from him. But I disagree if Ms. Travis Miller wants to farm out the city attorney's office. It will cost you more money. Riverside has their in-house city attorney. The most recent city to go from a contract out to in-house is the city of Palm Springs. There are good reasons for that. We looked at that when I was here. We even looked at keeping just the city attorney and contracting everything else out. It's more expensive because they have a profit. Their profit will be between $25,000 and $35,000. I saw the amount in the backup in the budget on PERS that it's costing for the city attorney staff, and I think it was 5 digits. The profit the outside firms need is 6 digits and often 7, and we'll get to that. They'll start off by underbidding, then they will come back and say when they made the bid, they didn't realize all the problems we had. It's going to cost more. Remember when your auditors did that? They came and they gave you a proposal, amount of money, and they were going to audit your books, and then all of a sudden they had to come back for more money because they didn't realize how bad the situation was. Then they came back another time. That's what's going to happen. And if for some reason it doesn't, when they come back after the first contract of a year or two, whatever it is, they're going to want more money. I'll quickly say that our firm won't do that part of it, but that's beside the fact because I'm speaking against that, even though it would be to the benefit of my firm and probably to me personally if you chose our firm. It is a bad idea. It will cost you more money in the long run. It really will. It will not save you that much money. You will be paying a profit. Private firms are in business to make money. They are not in business to provide a public service. You have a good city attorney's office now. You have a good city attorney's staff. They serve you, and they serve you well, and they know this community. You'll have a rotating group of people from most big firms that you get who do this type of work, and they are interested in money. They will get it 2 ways. They'll either overcharge you by the rates and by the duration, or they will extend out the work and pad their bills to make it more than is necessary. You don't have that with an in-house city attorney. You just don't have it. Good cities have contract attorneys, and good cities have in-house attorneys. The best cities in terms of legal work, and I know this from my years as city attorney, talking to other city attorneys, the best product comes from your own in-house city attorneys that you can rely on and trust. They are not going to hurt you. Please consider this carefully before you go down that road. I understand why they're doing it, but you're going to get hurt in the end. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public speaking on items not on the agenda. Start with Councilor Mulvihill. Do you have any items that you'd like pulled?
I have none, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilmember Richard.
I have none.
Councilmember Nickel.
Item 10, please.
Councilmember Charette.
None, sir.
Councilmember Valdivia.
None tonight.
Councilmember Barrios.
None.
Councilmember Marquez.
None.
Thank you. We have a motion to move the balance. Have a second.
I'm having issues with my, so. Ms. Marquez, yes. Mr. Barres.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Charette.
Yes.
Mr. Nickel.
Yes.
Mr. Ricard.
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill.
Yes.
On the consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item number 10 is a recommendation to adopt Resolution 2018-1845 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino in its capacity as the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, approving the fiscal year 2018-19 vendor services agreement between the successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of the City of San Bernardino and Urban Futures and certain related actions. Mr. Nickel.
Yeah, I know this has been an ongoing relationship that we've had for years, and obviously there's a wind-down process that the city is involved in. I constantly get asked about this. It's a common concern among residents in terms of how long is this relationship going to continue and when do we anticipate it's winding down. And are we getting the services that we feel we should be getting? And I know we're putting, what, $400,000 in this year, more or less?
I think, just to kind of globally answer your questions, then we can walk through some of the specific things. I concur this is a affiliation that the city's had for some time period. They are dealing with the wind down of the Economic Development Agency. At the same time, the city recognized that despite the loss of redevelopment, we need to have an internal program where we, and many of you are aware of developers and other people interested in developing in the community and building and growing businesses. So we need to have some component of internal staff that are able to really respond to those and help ensure people get the information they need, get projects developed, and new economic activity coming to the community. Kind of with that, we've attempted to begin to transition some of those things that were being handled under the former successor agency and some of those administrative things that really, because of the dissolution, and because of the I changed seats with Greg today, and so now it's creating all sorts. I'm just out of my element. Move me over when I'm confused. But with the successor agency, there are quite a few things that the state has required that we do, administrative processes and things, and Urban Futures really has probably a better handle on that, to transition that now to the internal team of people that we're developing to really focus on economic development efforts and deal with property development. Probably more cost-effective just to let them finish that activity out. With that said, though, we are finding that there are an awful lot of things that, because they have been at the city for a very long time period, and for a very long time period in the absence of having any city staff members that were really paying attention to what was occurring here, there are often projects and things that they become involved in that they don't need to. So we think this is a maximum scope of work, and really what Kathy and Terry and I have talked about is you'll see a number of items of things that we know need to get done that are listed, but for each one of those we're actually going to issue them a letter indicating that they are authorized to proceed with that particular scope of work, and that's only after we've determined, can we handle it better in-house, or is this something that, because they have particular expertise, they have more knowledge about it, it's got some historical context, it's probably better to have them handle it. So we think this is really the maximum amount that we will use this year. The goal is to ultimately wind them down to the point where they're no longer doing economic development, successor agency type workforce in future years.
Yeah, and I think the question came because I know we have been staffing up.
Yes.
And so people were asking, well, if we're staffing up, why are we keeping this? So,
but
I get your point. It's more of a winding down and eventually trading off.
Trading off.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, just making
that's
sure
why
there's a handoff there in terms of the
right.
responsibility.
And that's why we structured it in a way that we can, as we're sure we can handle it effectively, that we can actually say we no longer need that. So eliminate that from the work that you're going to be doing this year.
How many more years do you see this relationship going on?
Really, one more year, maybe after this at the most. And that's really, I don't even necessarily anticipate that it will be them doing it, but that ROPS process is going away. So we certainly are, we're not going to get too many more years of funding, maybe one more after this.
Okay, I'll move to approve.
Second.
And again, I'll need to do a voice vote on this one. Ms. Marquez?
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
Yes.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Charette?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Mr. Mulvihill? The item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 20. It's a report on the 2018 SCAG Regional Conference and General Assembly, or the report that you've all been waiting for.
We have been.
From myself.
While he prepares,
First
I want to make sure the city clerk, Gigi, can Mitch help you with anything? No. Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you. On March 3rd, or May 3rd and 4th, I had the opportunity to attend the Southern California Regional Conference of SCAG, and at that meeting I was able to attend a couple of breakout sessions. One was the private sector innovation and mobility for the public. This particular breakout session had a number of very qualified speakers. One was from Tim Harder, Senior Manager of Government Relations for Bird. Gina Goodhill, Senior Policy Associate for Tesla. Michelle Sim, Clean Transportation Manager for Southern California Gas Company. Also was able to attend another session called Show Me the Money, Funding Transportation. This had to do with SB1. The participants in that panel were Lori Berman, Director of Caltrans, also Susan Branson, Executive Director for the California Transportation Commission, and Kiana Valentine, Senior Legislative Representative for the California State Association and Counties. At the meeting, the General Assembly also discussed their annual budget, which runs around $2,600,000, which is much of it is provided by the membership, and the City of San Bernardino's membership dues run approximately $20,000 based on our population of approximately 216,000. Also at this General Assembly meeting, there was a transition to a new president. That's now Alan Wapner, who's a council member for Ontario. And first vice president is William Hahn from Big Bear Lake, and second vice president is Corey Lane from Murrieta. And so once again, the opportunities that we gain from it being members of that is the amount of information and also the ability that they have to oftentimes connect us with grants and funding sources. So with that, I'll turn the time over to Councilman Mulvihill.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a shorter discussion planned, but I was told that my presentations are always so riveting that I thought, well, maybe I should extend it a little bit. But I was in the General Assembly. I was on one of the breakout sessions. The session was called "Yes, We're in a Housing Crisis. Now What?" And other members of the panel. There was Fernando Guerra, who's the director of the Center for Study of L.A. at Loyola Marymount. Donald Monte, who's the executive CEO of Renaissance Downtown. He's from New York, but also he's in Los Angeles as well. Elizabeth Hansberg, who's part of the YIMBY, Yes in My Backyard, in other words, promoting more housing growth. And finally, Rex Richardson, who's the vice mayor of Long Beach. It was an interesting session, basically talking about affordable housing, and one of the charges that I was asked to handle was the redevelopment of the downtown. And of course, I brought up the Central City Mall. We've got 43 acres that is mostly within a quarter mile of the transit center. So it's all transit-oriented development, potentially. And so there's all kinds of possibilities of getting support for that. But I listed a number of caveats that we, in particularly, have problems with as far as gaining funds for demolishing the Central City Mall, which is still there, and the fact we've got this reciprocal parking agreement with a foreign entity, among other things. And Rex Richardson in Long Beach, they can talk about, oh, we've got funds that we've built 2,500 affordable homes units this past year, and we've got plans for several thousand more coming up and so forth. And the situation came back, well, why don't you do something with that? And so it kind of impinged upon some issues that we have, and it was really difficult to try to explain to them the fact that we've got circumstances that it's not the fact that the 43 acres aren't going away. They'll be ready when we're ready. And I think that was the basic point. What also came up during this discussion was how do we, issues that are going to be coming up. And a question that was asked, and I really wasn't familiar with this, that there's an initiative going to be on the November ballot to repeal the 1995 Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act. And I'm not quite sure how much people are familiar with that. But basically, Costa-Hawkins in 1995 prohibited rent control on newly constructed residential housing. It also guaranteed owners of older buildings under rent control the right to raise rents to market rates when new tenants moved out voluntarily. And one of the issues that underlies this is that a lot of officials from especially coastal communities, they don't want to build any more houses. This looks like an option for them. And so, I was one of the first people asked, and of course, they had to explain to me a little bit what the issues were with Costa-Hawkins. And I said, well, of course not. We're not in favor of rent control. Really, if you want to destroy a city, if you don't want any new housing, have rent control. And in the meantime, I've also kind of gone to, there was an article in that came out from the League of Cities. This is how the act reads, and you have to read between the lines to see. Basically, they want to repeal Costa-Hawkins, which really inhibits a jurisdiction from imposing rent control. This is how the initiative to remove Costa-Hawkins. It restores authority to California cities and counties to develop and implement local policies that ensure renters the ability to find and afford decent housing in their jurisdictions. Think about that. It sounds pretty good. Returning local control. But it's local control to allow rent controls to take place. And again, some jurisdictions see this as being an opportunity, which in fact, there's all kinds of research that shows that if you want to get less housing, have rent controls. If you want to see deteriorated housing, have rent controls. And I have to admit that if you want people not to move very often, have rent controls. I know my daughter was, for 5 years before she did her master's degree, 5 years after she got her bachelor's degree, she lived in rent-controlled housing in Berkeley. And again, the original people that were under the rent control had actually moved out. And these were subsequent people still kind of having the same individual still on the books as being in the apartment complex. There's all kinds of odd business like that. So the point is that regardless of how they read it and how it's going to be written, it's going to look very favorable to returning local control, which is something that we should be interested in, but not this one. And of course, it's also to improve the quality of life of millions of California renters, and again, to repeal Costa-Hawkins. And I thought there was another. Oh, and as the mayor pointed out, there was a concluding session that dealt with SB1 and the concerns of SB1. And there, I had a chance to talk with Hassan more about it, Hassan being the executive director of the Southern California Association of Governments. And he was explaining that SB1 is just a stopgap. Gas tax is still declining. That there's tens of billions of dollars of underinvestment in infrastructure. And it's not just highways, it's bridges, it's economic development, and so forth. And so, and there's other things in it dealing with necessitating a two-thirds vote of the legislature, consent of the governor before a change goes in front of the vote of the people. So read that and it is going to be on the ballot, dealing with SB1 to try to repeal it, and recognize the fact, and again, what Hassan was talking about, we really need to advertise what we're doing with our extra $3.5 million, that we are fixing a lot of streets that we wouldn't have had the opportunity of without it. And so the fact that SB1 is, and also, and this is, again, goes back to the other issue as well, it's being placed under the guise of political identity. No new taxes, which sounds like a good idea. But the point is, a lot of SB1 is being returned to local jurisdictions, and all of it, there are tight controls over how this money is being spent, and this money has got to be spent on transportation. It can't be shifted about. We've had a number of Assembly bills and Senate bills that dictate that this will be used just for transportation issues, for improving and expanding highways and bridges, among other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that riveting dissertation. We would like you just to continue on throughout the rest of the evening. We'll dispense with the rest of the agenda. So. What's the proposition that you were making reference to relative to the? No, the one related to SB1. Has there been an assigned proposition number?
I don't think it's. I don't think it has either.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I would note, we agree there are a lot of exciting projects that we're starting to undertake now, not only with our SB1 money, but other, we've kind of changed, as you'll see in just a couple of minutes. We've really tried to focus all of our CDBG dollars and other dollars that we receive. We do have gas taxes dwindling, but we still do have gas tax. So we're looking at signage programs where, as we're doing community improvements, we're listing what the improvement is and how it's being funded, so that the community does have a familiarity with the types of funding sources that we have and how critical those are really to us reinvesting in San Bernardino. So soon you'll start seeing signs go up, much like you see along the freeway and things, that list the project, the agency that's responsible for it, number they can call if they're not happy about the project, and then how we're funding it too. So again, they have a better understanding of how we're funding those projects.
Our current budget this year is about $4 to $5 million of SB1 money. Is that correct? Yes. Thank you. Does that conclude your report, Councilman? Thank you. Next is item 21. This is a report by Councilmember Nickel on Legislative Action Day, held April 18th, 2018. And now it's your turn to rivet us.
Well, I will keep my riveting very short.
Maybe you could stun us.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, all right. I'll stun you here. On April 18th, the League of California Cities hosted its annual Legislative Action Day. This is an opportunity for local elected officials to network with each other and to engage our legislators and administration officials in Sacramento. Needless to say, there has been a lot on the table this legislative cycle, and as was mentioned in the previous discussion, very similar discussions took place in Sacramento. Obviously, housing affordability is a major issue that we're trying to address at the state level. Cities are trying to determine how to, again, sustain that element of local control while also ensuring that we meet the needs of our residents to provide adequate supplies of housing. And that's going to be an ongoing debate at the legislative level between cities that obviously want to ensure that we have the ability to determine how we develop, and the state that clearly has an interest in increasing the supply of housing and ensuring that affordability extends to all Californians. And so this is going to be a debate that we're going to have to continually monitor. I think one of the things I got out of this session, we had a presentation by Senate President Pro Tem Toni Atkins. She gave a pretty good overview of what they're dealing with in terms of new legislation that's coming down, not just related to housing. There was a whole laundry list of issues that we were provided in terms of what the legislature is looking at, from public pension sustainability, public safety, marijuana regulation, drones, local land use authority, affordable housing, homelessness issues and funding opportunities, disaster response, funding and policy, water policy, economic development, redevelopment, and a number of other legislative issues of critical importance right now. So needless to say, I think for us as a city, there's a lot going on in Sacramento. There's this understanding that we have a number of impending challenges that are confronting the state that we're going to need to address. And then on top of that, we're likely to have an initiative on the ballot to potentially repeal SB1. So there was discussion about that. Senator Beal, who was helped guide some of that legislation through, gave some discussion on both the genesis of that and what efforts we're going to see over the upcoming months. As was mentioned, there will be a proposition on the ballot. The proposition has qualified from what I understand, and we're waiting for a number. So it will be more or less a major election issue this year. And so My takeaway from this is that certainly it's great to send our council members up to Sacramento and engage with our legislators, but I think now probably more than ever we're going to need to really understand what's happening at the state level and become really more familiar with some of the legislation that is being considered, be more engaged with our legislators to make sure that at the end of the day this legislation truly reflects the needs of our communities, and that we're a voice in Sacramento. For years, I think our city has not been active in terms of being really part of the dialogue that's taking place in our capital, and I think we've seen some of the effects of that in terms of our ability to really leverage opportunities that would otherwise be in front of us. So it was a great opportunity. I think it was kind of overwhelming. They do have an opportunity throughout the day to go engage your legislators. Fortunately, I know a few of them personally already, so it was more just chit-chat with friends. But I think going forward, I think it's very important that we as a city really become familiar with what's happening on the legislative front, and that we as a council take those questions and those recommendations. I know the mayor had some good thoughts and some legislation that one of our local assembly members is moving through regarding CEQA reform, and I think there's opportunities for us to be at the table if we choose to do so. So I look forward to next year. I would certainly recommend if others want to attend, and certainly staff wish to attend, I think it's a great opportunity for us to be that voice in Sacramento that's really needed at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
We did provide our council meeting schedules to the league because it's hard to travel on council meeting days. So they are, and they have all these cities. So
yeah, and I do apologize because I had to miss the council
Right.
meeting that day, and I got chastised by my constituents for not being here. But needless to say, we were doing city business that day, and we learned a lot. I got to network with a lot of our colleagues from surrounding cities. But as you say, it does take away from business.
Thank you. Next is item number 22. This is a recommendation to adopt resolution 20818-156 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino authorizing the execution of an agreement with Cannon Parkin, Inc. for facilities condition and need assessment services for evaluation and assessment of 176 city facilities in the amount of $890,000 and authorizing the Finance Director to amend the fiscal year 2017-18 budget.
Mayor, members of the council, this is something we talked about in May as we were having the discussions about budget. Remember, and we'll talk in a few minutes about the process that we used. It was intended to be one that provided a lot of opportunities for engagement, and there was a lot of education. We identified a backlog of deferred maintenance on our facilities, but at that time we really did our best to try to evaluate what that maintenance level and the deferred maintenance had been on our city facilities. We talked about the need to do this comprehensive assessment and so that we'd be bringing something back to you. This is us bringing it back to you for authorization to enter into an agreement to have them complete this assessment. We did ask them, and the company has agreed to expedite the City Hall analysis and evaluate all potential alternatives and the issues related to that. So we will bring that one separately, but it's part of a much larger analysis that we're doing about every city facility that we own in the city. And so Alex is here. He can walk through if you have questions about the timing of this and things, but this is really kind of a continuation. We talked about the other day, talked about the need for it, and that we would be requesting authorization to issue this proposal or execute this agreement.
City Manager, is this one of the items that was on the CIP
Yes.
for 18-19?
Yes.
That'll be moved into 17-18's budget?
But we do have, we are going to start the process in the 17-18 budget, and we've accounted for how much of that. We do have funding available for it, so we know how much of the funding we'll actually use this fiscal year.
Thank you. Councilman Schreck?
Well, I'd like to move approval for the project. I'd be glad to hear anything or hear any questions that the council has, but this is something that I think is just absolutely necessary as we move forward to find out exactly where we stand with these facilities. I know that the public is probably going to look at $890,000 as a lot of money, and indeed, it is a lot of money, but we're a large city with a lot of deferred maintenance on a lot of facilities. So it's going to take that to assess that and get that done. But we can't go forward without it. And so, again, I will move approval and be happy to listen to anything that anyone else has comments on.
And I would just note, Greg's quick with the math, but I think his math was, if you look at the number of facilities we have, though, it's 176 facilities for $890,000. That's about 3,000 to 5,000, little 5,100, I think it was.
You can barely get an appraisal on your house for that.
You can't. I mean, remember, we receive appraisals.
Well, I hope
on
the
properties.
appraisal on my house doesn't cost $5,100.
No, oh, no. Well, but it's going to cost more than that.
Anyway,
It's going to cost more than that.
When you amortize it out, it is well worth it and needs to be done. So, again, I approve it.
You have a second?
I got it.
Okay. Alex, any other questions? Anyone you want to hear? Alex?
Honorable Mayor and City Council, the item before you tonight is an agreement with Karen Perkin, Inc. for facilities assessment study that will help the city in defining potential funding necessary to maintain our facilities at a desired service level. The study will also provide an overall plan for maintaining and improving city infrastructure and allow staff to financially model the costs associated with this program. The study will address the 176 properties that the city currently owned. The study will include an evaluation of the architectural, structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and ADA access, and provide recommended corrections for all deficiencies. The study will also provide preventive maintenance recommendations, as well as a 20-year forecast preventive maintenance cost schedule. As part of the proposal, the consultant has agreed to assess the City Hall for the first as a pilot program and analyze the building with respect to structurally seismic, building envelope and structural frame walls, roofing, plumbing, heating, elevators, ADA conformity, and submit a report within 4 to 6 weeks after notice of proceed issuance. Staff recommends that the mayor and the city council adopt a resolution awarding the agreement and to provide services for facilities condition and need assessment. And we have the consultant here with us for any questions that you might have. So, guys. For any questions, any concerns that you might have, we'll be more happy to answer.
Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. City Manager, I do have some questions. On packet page 723 through 725, you have suggested that there are approximately 180 or so facilities that are to be reviewed. Is that correct? This is exactly what they'll be inspecting and providing an analysis on?
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
And while I appreciate that there might be the opportunity for us to assess this, my other questions are, we somehow balloon rate the $890,000 and do simple math. But as I see it, take for instance on packet page 724, Lytle Creek Park, which is in my district, 81 through 86. That is within walking distance of each other. So if the simple math rule applies here, they're going to assess restroom on line 83, restroom number 1 for $5,000. Then they're going to cross a couple of feet here and go to restroom number 2.
No, that's not really what they're doing. we were trying to define, there's work that's going to, and it's probably unique. The level of assessment for each one of these facilities is a little bit different depending on the type of facility, the size of the facilities. Certainly some of the restroom facilities are going to take less time to assess than the others. We want to provide some context for the discussion that seems like an awful lot of money. I'm certain that as they develop this proposal, and certainly the consultant is here, that they actually walk through what is going to be the cost of each one. I envision that City Hall, I could be wrong, I bet City Hall is far greater than $5,100.
Well, and that's where I was going here.
Yes.
I'd like to see the breakdown on, maybe on a pie chart, supplemental to our conversation here, the amount of resources expended in the buckets, right?
By type.
Yeah, I
type
think
of-
that
yes.
would help me and allay fears that we're somehow just walking a few feet, and then here's second assessment, and that's 5,000. Because that's how it's being sold, is
Yeah.
that by simple math, we're doing this. So I appreciate the very, yes,
Right,
ma'am.
and I would say too, remember, they have to complete this entire scope of work.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as though they're going to carve things out and carve them out in $5,100 increments. Their scope of work is to complete the assessment on
No,
all of
I
these
understand that,
facilities.
and I respect that. My simple discussion is more of a fair, balanced discussion.
Right.
So that the public understands that this is not just a simple math rule, that there is some forethought, and it's not just a $5,100.
Right.
When is the timeline? When do you anticipate that all 180 or so properties will come back to the council for review?
We anticipate a final study by December of this year.
Okay. And Ms. City Manager, I would like to alert you that I think there might be even some private industry that are more willing to come to the table to provide the assessment. For instance, I've been contacted on the 43 acres across the street from a entertainment corporation that would like to perform the assessment. So my other question is that the Carousel Mall or RDA properties, is this all general fund money, or is this somehow the 43 acres or any RDA property, is this somehow paid for by ROPS and booked under that revenue?
So these are not properties that we're planning on disposing of. These, if you look at the list, these are all city facilities that we plan to maintain in some function and are assessing for our purposes. If there are properties that we have an opportunity to assess that are, have the potential to be funded using another funding source, then we certainly can look at that.
So for instance, the carousel parking structure that is owned by the city and it's not RDA property.
Because it's owned by the city, but it's property that we think we're probably going to ultimately keep in our collection of properties that support the downtown. Much like the city hall structure or the structure that we utilize for this facility, it may very well be owned as successor agency property that we've inherited from the successor agency, but it is a property that we plan to keep in the complement of assets that we own. So we don't anticipate transferring that necessarily to a developer.
And so these funds.
And just to finish that
Yeah.
thought, in part because, remember, we have several businesses in the downtown that we have agreements with for the use of that parking structure to meet their parking issues.
So the funds that are sought on this matter here tonight, the funds are coming from the general fund? And none of them will be reimbursed by RDA or any other dollars?
We don't anticipate that at this time because, again, these are properties that we're going to keep for general municipal purposes.
Very good, thank you.
I would note, too, and if you look at packet page 690, and I apologize, some of my packet pages are cut off, so it was a little difficult to find. On 696, though, we did bid this publicly, and so we had 4 bidders that were responsive to the request. If there are others, firms out there, certainly in the future, we can try to work on the reach and the fact that the effort to try to attract more businesses to bid on these projects. But we did submit a public bid on this. Yeah, it was 9 total that were received, and then we interviewed 4.
Yes.
Does that conclude your questions? Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, just a couple of quick properties on here. San Bernardino County law library, that is a city-owned facility?
We have rights to the parking assets.
Okay, so just the parking lot? Just the
Yes, I'm sorry,
parking lot.
yes.
Okay. And the same, okay, so 301 D Street and 301 E Street, those properties, what-
The parking, and I think we own those facilities too. Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Just more as a comment, I'm looking at the year of construction, and it's kind of scary because some of these have been built in the 1940s. And so I'm glad that we'll be doing an evaluation because I'm sure some of them are could be retrofitted and made a little bit more safer. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have a motion and a second. No further discussion.
On item 22, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. The next item is a public hearing. This public hearing is now open. This is to conduct a public hearing on the draft United States Department of Housing and Urban Development fiscal year 18-19 annual action plan for the city's application of $5,037,744 in community development block grant, home investment partnerships, and emergency solutions grant programs. Also to adopt resolution 2018-157 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, adopting the draft United States Department of Housing and Community Development block grant, home improvement partnerships, and emergency solutions grant programs, and authorize the city manager or her designee to take any further actions and execute any further documents as are necessary to effectuate the submittal of the draft HUD 2018-19 annual action plan. Is there anyone that wants to speak on this item? I have no public speaker slips. Thank you. Turn the time over to staff for the report.
Mr. Mayor, before Kathy is going to walk through a PowerPoint presentation describing the proposed activities for this upcoming fiscal year, but I wanted to step back for just a minute before she starts talking about what we're proposing for this fiscal year, and just remind the council that for the last several years, we have been struggling to ensure that we are meeting the various HUD requirements, and we are actually going through a work plan adjustment to meet the HUD requirements. This is a problem or a challenge that stemmed from many, many years ago. If you will recall, the HUD activities were managed out of the city's Economic Development Department. Ultimately, that department was dissolved as part of the RDA dissolutions, but the HUD funding sources were all managed within that department, so there was no real strong linkage between the city's capital improvement plan and the use of those funds by the Economic Development Agency. Part of that has been a continuing problem, and really a big part of our issue with the Department of Housing and Urban Development has been that they have not been incorporated. The use of that money has not been incorporated into the overall master plan or the vision that you have for this community. Taking it a step further, that not only has it not been incorporated into what your vision is for the community, but the deployment of the assets or the deployment of the resources has not been incorporated within your annual budget process, but for the various departments that are supporting these activities, nor has it been as part of your capital improvement plan. So you see these two items coming together this evening. Kathy's going to walk through our proposed use of the HUD plan, our HUD dollars, but that has also been incorporated into the operating budget and the capital improvement budget that you have before you this evening. We think that's a far better way to ensure that when we tell the Department of Housing and Urban Development that we are going to allocate funds for various sources or to fund potential projects, that they actually then get completed. We think this is part of our effort to try to ensure that not only deal with the backlog of projects that haven't been completed, but on a go-forward basis, we don't have this continuing issue with the Department of Housing and Urban Development. So Kathy's going to walk through the use of this year's funds, and then again, you'll see the same dollars when we talk about the operating budget and the capital improvement plan, but this is a HUD requirement.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. Excuse me. We're here tonight, as was stated, to present our 18-19 annual action plan.
And again, this is how we propose to spend our CDBG funds, our ESG funds, and our home funds. And as Andrea pointed out, we are focused really on our CDBG, on capital improvements, leveraging those dollars with our dearly needed infrastructure improvements that we need throughout the city. As Andrea mentioned, I just want to thank my partners in crime here at the city. Public Works staff has been phenomenal. Parks have been phenomenal. And we've really worked closely to come up with a really great plan going forward. So we're really hopeful that you're going to really appreciate what we've done. And I'm not going to bore you doing a presentation myself. I'm actually going to introduce Gretel Noble, our housing manager, and make her do it. But with that, I also want to introduce, we finally have a full housing staff. And I want to introduce Maria Gallegos, and she's our housing
administrative analyst.
Administrative analyst too. So we are very glad to have her, and yes, we did steal her from the county, but it's okay because Greg doesn't work there anymore. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Grill.
Honorable Mayor and council members, good evening. My name is Gretel Noble, as Kathy mentioned, and I am the housing manager for the city. I started 3 months ago, and I've been running ever since. So I will present this short presentation on the annual action plan. So the annual action plan, the draft 2019 annual action plan implements the 4th year goals and priorities that were established for its city's consolidated plan, which is a 5-year plan. So we're in the 4th year of that. And the plan is both a planning document and an application for funding that must be submitted to HUD, and it's due June 26th. Once the plan is approved by HUD, the city will execute a formal agreement with HUD, and our department will manage and implement the programs funded with the grants. The federal grants received by the city, as you can see, are 3, and as Kathy mentioned, community development, the CDBG funds, community development block grant funds, the ESG funds for the Emergency Solutions Grant, and home investment funds. The 3 federal grants received by the city are typically known as formula grants, and they are based on information and data of both our population, our housing, its conditions and overcrowding, and economic conditions in the city. You will have had this in your packet. It's the 2018-19 activity recommendations, and as Kathy mentioned, we've worked with Public Works and Parks and departments in the city to come up with the recommendations for your review. The city receives an allocation from the Department of Housing and Urban Development. This year we received it in May, and the allocation for 2018-19 is $5 million for the 3 programs. In 2018-19, the city will once again receive a direct home allocation from HUD. The past 3 years, and coming to the end of those 3 years here at the end of June, we have participated in the county's home consortium, and they have managed our home funds. So we're very excited to be able to get our home monies again and to use those for housing programs in our city. In addition to the 18-19 allocation, we're also recommending the use of prior year unspent dollars to fill out the program budget. And as Kathy mentioned, also you will note in the public facilities project total that $2.3 million are being dedicated to public facilities in the city. So this is more of a visual representation of the recommendations for each activity category. In 2017, the Mayor and City Council redirected CDBG public service funds to priority capital improvements. The funds, the funds recommended for public facilities comprise 48% of the total funding we are receiving this year and our unspent funds, and in turn, they also comprise 51% of the total CDBG amount for 2018-19. You will see that home ownership and community revitalization comprise 31% of the funds, and homeless services, fair housing, and program administration constitute 21%. We wanted to highlight some of the improvements, really exciting improvements, capital improvements that have been undertaken with CDBG funds. Recently, the Jerry Lewis Family Swim Center had a grand reopening, and the bulk of that renovation was funded with CDBG dollars. So the Jerry Lewis Family Swim Center renovation, including replastering the pools, a new water slide, a shade cover, and a new pool filtration system. The swim center renovations really enhance the recreational amenities in the city for our residents. So $400,000 in CDBG-funded renovations, but the look on his face, it's priceless. And so he is so adorable. Again, this is the newly renovated kiddie pool. And so these children will remember a perfect sun-drenched day, a clear pool, time spent with their families, and those hometown memories will have been made possible by the city's investment of their CDBG dollars in an recreational amenity for them. More of the CDBG-funded capital projects, the Hernandez pool was also replastered, and of course the Jerry Lewis shade structure.
Can you go back for just a moment?
Oh, yes.
The picture that has the slide in it,
Yes.
One more.
in the center.
There's a,
Oh, of the child's pool?
yeah, there's like a, what?
Yeah,
The-
right.
the
right.
frog?
No.
There it is.
Keep going back.
Oh, one more,
Go back,
okay.
Go back, right there.
Yes.
In that picture, you see the splash, the yellow splash
Splash pad.
umbrella, and then across from that, there's another apparatus. Can you see that? It looks like it's red and green and blue and yellow and red.
I don't know what that is. Jim. Oh, it's all the splash pads.
That's all splash pad also? Okay. Thank you.
So moving on to our home-funded projects that we wanted to highlight. We have, the mayor and council approved an infill housing program funded with home dollars. And this is the Genevieve Street, one of the Genevieve properties. So you see the before on the left, which is a vacant lot, and then you see the after that has a manufactured single-family home on it. The home will be sold to a first-time home buyer. So you're taking a empty, blighted lot, and you are transforming it, and also transforming that neighborhood and that block. The other two properties, which are nearing completion, are on 8th Street and on Union Street.
Councilmember Mulvihill?
Yes, I do. It's 2096. The whole house is modular, so it was brought and placed on a permanent foundation. It's 3 bedrooms. And then another, which all of you are very familiar with, is the Waterman Gardens redevelopment project. That's a home-funded project. The picture on the top is Valencia Vista, which is a 76-unit development. It was the first off-site phase of the Waterman Gardens redevelopment, and the city contributed $2.3 million in home funds to make that possible. The lower picture is out of Olive Meadows, which was recently completed. It was last summer. 62 units in that project of family housing, and the city contributed close to $700,000 in home funds for that project. So in conclusion, staff is recommending that the mayor and city council adopt the resolution adopting the draft United States Department of Housing and Urban Development fiscal year 2018-19 annual action plan, both as an application for funding under CDBG, home, and ESG programs, and authorize the city manager or her designee to take any further actions and execute any further documents as are necessary to effectuate the submittal of the plan and certification to HUD. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're available for any questions you may have.
Councilmember Marquez?
Thank you, Mayor. Kathy, you have an incredible team, and welcome, ladies, to the city of San Bernardino. I do have a specific question that I don't think I saw on the slides. It has to do with neighborhood revitalization strategy areas. Who determines what areas will be chosen?
The areas are identified through the census tracts. So the percentage of they're qualified census tracts. So what percentage in the census tract that are comprised of low and moderate income households?
Do we have any currently that are pending?
No, we are still using the qualified census tracts from the 2010 census. The updates that are done in the 5-year community assessments or census assessments really haven't changed those tracks.
But in part, that's part of the reason why it's really critical that we engage in the census process, participate in the LUCA process, which is the advanced step to
Right.
making sure that we know where all of our properties are. But that is why it's so critical that we engage in that count to make sure that we have the proper counts for our community. Because
Absolutely.
that drives, what census tracts we
It's
have.
the catalyst.
And it also helps determine the funding levels that we receive.
Right. Thank you.
Councilman Nichol?
Yeah, and I just, question I got was ensuring that we're aligning our CDBG investments with our strategic priorities as a community to make sure that we aren't going different paths and spending money over here and not. How are we aligning these programs? And one of the questions I got asked is, and it's certainly, I think, going forward, I think you've done a great job on this, but going forward, a map so people can see where these investments are being made, so people can get a sense of, okay, where are we making these investments and how is that aligning with other strategic priorities that we're moving forward on various fronts to begin incrementally improving the safety, quality of life, amenities within particular areas of the community that clearly need it. What is kind of our long-term vision of aligning what we're doing on all fronts related to our strategic goals?
Well, certainly, as the council now has made a very clear statement about the vision for the community, the job paradigm, the goals and objectives that you have, we are trying to catch up as an organization, and there are some things like this process where we engage in this process in a 5-year increment, and we can make incremental changes each year. So we've tried to begin to incrementally adjust our spending based on the council's priorities, and so that's why you'll notice that there's heavy investment, and this really started before in 2017 when you said, given the economic conditions of the city, given the deferred maintenance that we've had, we probably need to suspend those public service dollars and reinvest them in the community, and we've continued with that. That's the reason why you see so much money going toward the revitalization of our park facilities, and we anticipate that that's going to continue as we try to address that significant backlog of maintenance. There are some programs, though, that we are required, like, for instance, the fair housing effort. We need to continue with some of those, so we're trying to ensure we meet our obligations with the federal dollars, but that we're the portion of those funds that are available for us on a more decision-made or local decision basis, they're really guided by the direction that you've provided to us. So again, you'll notice more in terms of the upgrades to the public facilities, trying to deal with that backlog. You'll notice that we are attempting to revitalize the housing stock that we have in the community, provide affordable housing opportunities for people, which is also a requirement, and that's why you see some of those funds there. So again, we're trying to move in the direction of making sure that each one of these things aligns with what your vision is for the community.
Yeah, and I think the question I have is I want to make sure that we're getting the best return on our investments and that we're ideally focusing those investments in areas of the city that really need it. And so, I know what we've been doing in the past and I know where we've been, and I want to make sure that we are incrementally getting into a process of ensuring that every one of these dollars that is expended is done so in a very thoughtful way. And that ultimately creates greater value long-term And so I know there's another item here about shifting funds from some of the Waterman Gardens projects to Paris Hill Park. So I can see now that I'm starting to see that there's investments being made in the Paris Hill Park area and some of the amenities that we have there, and making sure that those amenities fuel and help stimulate further investment in that area, and incrementally bringing up the quality of both the housing stock and the public infrastructure and so forth.
One of the things, obviously we have to meet certain deadlines. If you think about where we've started, initially we sat down as a group leadership team, and we talked about the vision, the job paradigm, what are our goals and objectives for the upcoming year. We're walking through the budget process and helping to ensure that the budget aligns with what your strategic objectives are. Kind of the next phase is you've asked, and correctly, it's an important thing to ask, how do the decisions that we make related to development, the development code update that we're looking at now, the projects that come before us, how do we make sure that we understand what is developable? So it's one thing to zone property, but if developers and the community can't respond to that, it doesn't do us any good. So really understanding what are the impacts of the decisions that we're making from a financial perspective and from a service perspective. Because certainly there are differences. Warehouses generate a particular type of law enforcement service and parks demand and things, but a commercial shopping center probably has a different demand for service. And so understanding all those different trade-offs, kind of the next series of discussions that we'll be having, strategic planning discussions we'll be having with you, we'll be collecting that data. How are we going to do that? How are we going to analyze changes in zoning, projects that come before you, the areas of our community that we think we need to invest in because they have more economic opportunity for us. So again, that's the whole next series of discussions. We're beginning to incrementally move our budgets and our planning documents to meet the goals and objectives you've identified. And now we're going to start talking about how are those things that come before us evaluated to make sure that we understand the impact of those and that they really align with ultimately where you want the community to be in the next 5 to 10 years.
Okay. Yeah, I just think, I think this is great. It's good to see that we're pulling this together. So just, I just want to make sure that long-term we're making sure it's very clear why we're making these investments and the thought process that's going into them. Thank you.
In keeping with that principle that Councilmember Nickel has outlined, wherein we're trying to make sure that that return and that cost benefit is optimized. I think the direction that the city manager is taking this is recognizing that, and it was part of what was brought forward in that strategic workshop that we had, where we were talking about there are a lot of areas in the city that do require a significant amount of blight improvement, but where we apply those resources really needs to be thought out so that in a period of time that makes sense for making that investment allows for that area to get to a kind of a self-sustaining level of ongoing improvement. The homeowners are taking care, and it's taking less compliance on the part of the quality of life team and part of the code enforcement. And so I think that there is that need to make sure that that assessment is done. So because there are a number of areas in the city that could all use that, but I think in keeping with that principle, where do we drive that investment so that it does get to the point where the community in that area has enough property tax value and the level of commitment on the part of the surrounding community is maintaining that community so that then we can spend those dollars in the next area. But I think it is important to make sure that we apply that principle that I think Councilman Nickel is referring to. So thank you for bringing that up. Councilman, did I hear? No? Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. City Manager, I appreciate our staff. Thank you very much for all the hard work and heavy lifting of providing the budget for our review. I do have a couple of questions regarding more of a packet page or slide number 4 regarding the activity recommendations. The budget, somehow, I'm a little confused, if somebody could provide clarity for me. The funds from previous years is $485,000, and so the reprogrammed monies for occupied residential rehab, 16 and 17, 17 and 18, and the new mark. What happened to those projects, and why were they not completed?
The projects, those 3 projects that you're referring to were funded previously. However, because the projects, because there was an inability on really staff's part to be able to move the projects forward, lack of staffing, coordination with Public Works. Now that we have a new Public Works director and assistant director who are both extremely helpful and competent, I think the projects that we fund in this next year, we've been very careful to work with them to make sure that those projects can be completed in the time frame.
So regarding project management, is that more a parks issue that they're handling the
No,
CI?
it really has to do more with the ability to move a project forward from conception to completion. So the construction, being able to handle all the wage compliance, all the federal requirements that these CDBG funded projects demand.
I just want to distinguish, though, because there are some programs we do that involve improvements to public facilities for the betterment of a park or something of that nature. That's probably going to be a Public Works project, and that'll be handled now, much like any other capital improvement that they make, where you walk through the design process, you gather community input, and you actually deliver the project. The projects that were some of the prior years ones that I think are also critical and have been problematic for us, and I'll just use the one at the top of the list that you referred to, owner-occupied residential rehab. Those are programs where we are administering documents and potentially giving rehabilitation loans to private property owners who are living in their residential properties and need to make improvements to them. We have to be really careful. That's a function that the staff here will maintain, but they've got to administer those programs. In some cases, they're entering into loan agreements with the private property owners. They're making sure that the funds are expended correctly. So if we agree that we're going to put a new roof on a home because we've determined that that home requires a roof and that's a necessary upgrade, we've got to make sure that the roofing was completed, that the project was on schedule, that they didn't pay too much for it, that the CDBG dollars were used the way they should be. So with all these programs, as we're proposing them to you, when it comes to a program, we need to make sure that we have a system in place to actually deliver that system. I think we've cured it on the capital project side, where it's an improvement to a street or a park. It's really that programmatic side that we need to continue working on, and I would envision that part of the reason why we have these unexpended dollars from those years is we didn't actually have staff that were administering those projects and making sure that the loans got out to the community.
Thank you. So if I understand the chart here, the reprogram owner-occupied from 17, 18, 16, 17, and the Newmark Park light installation, that does not, am I reading this right? So is it $485,000 from a previous year in addition to this, which gets me to $4.59 million? Is that right? So it's really $1.25 million that you're seeking in a substantial amendment of sorts.
No, it's not a substantial amendment that we are seeking. We can reprogram funds to...
within a year, right?
Yes.
That's right.
Yes, within the program.
And so
years.
because it's within the year, you don't need the substantial amendment hearing.
No. And we continue this activity.
Sure.
So we're reprogramming these funds, and further down, you'll see that we're still continuing the infill housing program.
And so we satisfy the requirement, and it doesn't exceed the year, so that's why we don't need the substantial amendment. Now, my issue is, let's talk about the Newmark Park light installation. The need is still there, is that right? Is the need still there? Because it has not been completed.
Right.
So, I mean, great that we're reprogramming some of these monies, but what are we doing to fix the problem of addressing the light shortage and all that other stuff? Maybe there's a simple fix.
There is, and Jim, because he manages the
Great,
parks.
okay.
So the Newmark Park lighting project is actually additional athletic field lighting. It's not security lighting. It's to give an organization the ability to program a single organization, the ability to expand their nighttime games. Again, Newmark Park is just a baseball facility. It doesn't serve the community as in an open forum like the rest of our parks do. So as we started to go back and look at our projects and what we were going to focus on, we made the decision that that money could be better spent to address the park projects that you see on the list today, which are in line with the assessment that I presented to you guys, excuse me, regarding our playground equipment that is in need of immediate mitigation from risk, to mitigate the risk and the opportunity for our residents to access those and have the ability to use the facilities on a more open basis than just
Who
a
currently
baseball
owns
facility.
Newmark Little League, or the park? Is it a
It's
city park?
city-owned, correct.
It is a city park. But
It's
when
a
I
city property.
But completely programmed by this one private user.
which is a Little League
It's
association.
yeah, correct.
And is the problem, has the problem been fixed, the park lights?
It has functional park lights there. This was an expansion to the existing park lights.
Okay.
But the expansion has not been done, no.
Thank you. Moving on to Section 108, repayment of $706,000. Can you define Section 108 payments? Because I thought we had satisfied those repayments, but yet I'm still seeing the repayment process.
That's correct. We took out a loan, I think it was over $8 million, to acquire the Arden Guthrie property. And so we've been making those principal and interest payments out of the CDBG money, which is a fully allowable expense through the CDBG and the federal program.
At which point will we satisfy that note?
Well, what we're hoping to do is basically, we'll be bringing back an update for you on where the developer's at in terms of the status. But eventually, they'll come back with the proposal, and eventually if we need to do any modifications to the entitlements, whatnot, and ultimately we'll sell it, and hopefully the value of the property at that point after it's entitled is close to being able to pay off the entire debt.
And I think what you're recalling is that there was a penalty through HUD, and we have paid off the penalty.
So the Section 108 repayment of $706,000 that is proposed tonight, that would be earmarked for the Arden Guthrie project. Is that right?
Yes, it's for the principal and interest.
On payment on the loan.
Very good. And moving on to the public facilities project, the footnote is on item number 2, the park splash pads, water conservation, and it appears that Sherrell's Park, Lytle Creek Park, and Wildwood Parks would be, am I reading this right? So that the money would be then reallocated or readjusted into so my question is the splash pad improvements been completed? And if not, why?
I can answer that.
Yes.
So when they first did an estimate on what the cost was for both of these items that you're referring to, the costs they came in much, much higher than we allocated initially. And so therefore, what we're doing is we're rolling over the funds from the prior year, and this year we're adding additional funds so that we can now go forward with those projects. So both the Sherrell Lytle Park, previously we only had estimated a cost of $400,000, but we're having to add an additional $350,000 to actually complete the project. And then likewise with the HVAC system at Feldheim, same thing. We estimated only $300,000 because originally we thought it was a chiller that had to be modified, but as it turns out, once they got in there, they realized the whole entire HVAC system had to be replaced.
The question that I have regarding the Sherrell's Lytle Creek splash pad, so it's costing us more money to make those improvements.
Correct.
And is the idea still in these underserved, underprivileged areas in community parks, is the idea and concept to still provide recreation and not somehow impose water restrictions so that children and our families can enjoy water parks?
Well, ironically, this project is
really,
yeah.
with all the kind of ensuing type of legislation coming down, will we still be able to provide that water offering for our kids?
It's a water concept.
Yeah, that is the purpose. That's the purpose of the project in and of itself is to be able to operate the splash pads and offer that relief, that summer relief to the community, because at this point, our splash pads still can't be
Sure.
turned on. So we have to make a decision to either make these changes to the way that these splash pads operate so that we can offer that service to the community, or we make the decision to not offer that. So these projects give us
Well,
the ability to
absolutely, and I-
offer that program.
It only accentuates my point here is that the need for this to be done is so important, that we have the necessary funding mechanism to provide this, and I'm full support of it. I think this is great. When do you anticipate that would be completed?
Alex, do you want to comment on the timing? Public Works is like the city manager said, Public Works is going to be the one that initiates the projects and keeps those moving forward. So Alex may be able to expand on that a little bit.
It will take us about 2 to 3 months to design them, because each have to be designed. And then construction-wise, it will take about 2 to 3 months too. So I'm
Is
saying.
that per park?
No, for the four of them.
Aggregate total?
Yes.
Okay.
And then, so I'm anticipating by the next summer, you'll have, they'll be operating, all of them.
Okay, all right. And a final question here regarding the public facilities the contingency amount of $406,000. Is that contingency for the program, or is that contingency for the public facility projects?
We like to build in the contingency for the public facilities
That's what I
projects,
was-
even though we think we have good numbers, things change once we get into a project.
And I want to give some recommendations here that we might need to have a workshop exclusive, as part of this. There's a lot of stuff. I appreciate our staff. I want to give the necessary discussion and questions from council members to provide insight to staff members. But this is a great job. Good job. You've done real good tonight, and welcome to our San Bernardino team, and we appreciate you. But going forward, I'd like to see it more scaled on a workshop where we can provide some input, get a full presentation. The narrative is there, but it's slim, and so that's why I was asking all kinds of questions, because I wanted to get some more meat on the bone here. So if we could ensure that maybe that as we build kind of the team here, that a workshop so we can pick it apart and ask questions and even provide some recommendation. So thank you.
But no, this is all incorporated in the budget. So during those budget workshops, that's why we want to continue to build upon that process so that we have more time to have that type of discussion. But this is reflected in the CIP that you have before you.
No, I get that. It does coincide with it, and there is some familiarity. My only thing is to have a good, robust discussion and almost a study session as to the need and understanding the projects a little bit more. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions? We don't have any public speaker.
I'll second.
Did that complete your presentation? Thank you. Councilman Valdivia, I think, moved it, and Councilman Charette second.
On item 23, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia and the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 7-0.
All right, that closes the public hearing for item number 23. We now will open the hearing for item number 24. This is also a public hearing. Subject matter is to introduce the first reading of ordinance number MC 1495, the mayor and city council approving general plan amendment 16-07, development code amendment 16-08 to change the general plan land use designation from single-family residential to commercial, and the zoning district classification from residential suburban to commercial general of one parcel containing approximately 10,000 square feet, and also adopt resolution 2018-158, Mayor and City Council adopting the mitigated negative declaration, approving conditional use permit 16-17 to allow a service station, a convenience store, and an express drive-through car wash facility on 2 parcels containing a total of approximately 0.75 acres, located at 841 South Inland Center Drive, within the commercial general 1 zone. This resolution includes the denial of an alcoholic beverage control type 21 off-sale general license and approval of an alcoholic beverage control type 20 off-sale beer and wine license in connection with public convenience or necessity letter 17-01 for the proposed convenience store attachment 2, and schedule the second reading of the above ordinance to the regularly scheduled meeting of June 20th, 2018.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, this is a proposal to demolish a vacant liquor store on Inland Center Drive and construct a new gas station, convenience store, and drive-through car wash on 2 parcels of land. Chantal's going to walk through why this is before you this evening and what the application is for, and then answer any questions the council has.
Yes. So there is a general plan amendment proposed to change one of the parcels that's currently zoned for single-family residential to commercial, and the zoning district from residential suburban to commercial general 1 so that we can gain consistency across the site. In addition to that, the service station is proposed with 6 fuel pump islands, type 21 license for the C-store that's proposed, and an express drive-through car wash. The project is located at 841 South Inland Center Drive. And just for clarification, the former convenience store that was located there has already been demolished. As you'll actually see in a few more photos. In addition to all of the other activities that took place for this particular project, there was some minor land swaps that needed to take place with the water department because there is a water department equipment and facility on the kind of northeastern side of the property, and they needed to have access to maintain that equipment. So I worked with Water Department and Public Works staff as well as the applicant to make sure that that process went as smoothly as possible. There's also an existing easement and alleyway in between the 2 properties, so that will be vacated and the properties will be merged to be one commercial site. This is the basic layout, site plan. Again, 6 fuel pump islands, the C-store, and they've actually proposed something a little bit different. It's more of a kind of a retro industrial style for the building, for the elevations. So that should work well actually in that neighborhood because you have South Bay Foundry just south of that site. So these are the existing conditions. You can see that the C-store has actually been demolished already. This is looking from across the street, and then north of the site. And I wanted to explain a little bit about the recommendation for the denial of the Type 21 license. Staff had taken the position a while back that for service stations, a Type 20 would give them the ability to be competitive in the market, but we would be able to also address community concerns and planning commission concerns about overconcentration of ABC licenses in the city. So we thought that that was kind of a balanced approach to the recommendations for ABC licenses. We feel that a Type 21 license, which would allow not only beer and wine, but also general distilled alcohol, we feel that that type of license should be limited to supermarkets and larger retailers. So, and we did go over this with the applicant and let them know that that was our position, but they wanted to move forward. So we moved the project forward with a recommendation for approval of the project and denial of the Type 21 license. When we took the project to the Planning Commission, because there is a general plan amendment associated with this project, it would have required, and Stephen, you can correct me if I get this wrong, it would have required a majority vote of the planning commissioners to move a recommendation forward to city council. We had a quorum. We had 5 members of the 7 panel planning commission available, so that would have required at least 4 votes in one direction or another for a recommendation. We actually ended up with a 3-2 vote on this project, so the recommendation failed. And so we are bringing the project forward to City Council without a recommendation from Planning Commission, but staff recommendation is still for the adoption of the mitigated negative declaration and then approval of the general plan amendment, zoning map amendment, and the conditional use permit, but denial of the PCN for the ABC license.
Does that conclude your?
That does
President?
conclude my,
Thank you.
yes.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Powers, thank you very much for the presentation. As I understand and have read the backup material, I will be supporting the Type 21 license. The idea is been vetted through our local neighborhood association council. This project's in my ward, and I'd like to, as I understand it, the recommendation 1 and 2, if we were to approve item number 3, it would be approval of the public convenience necessity. Is that right? And that would be granted the Type 21 license?
If you approve items number 1 and 2, well, our recommendation is still of.
No, I
yes,
understand that.
So if approval of our recommendation.
No,
would,
approval of a Type 21 would modify the descriptor there in 3. So
Yes.
recommendation 3 would be approval.
Yes, that's
correct.
Yes.
So I'd like to make a substitute motion to that stead and continue with items 1 and 2, but to reverse the recommendation from staff and approve the public convenience. Now, the local.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. The local neighborhood association council has been apprised of the situation. Many of the neighbors have been informed. According to the Planning Commission policy and protocol, the residents and areas affected are within 500 feet. Is that my understanding, that they're noticed on the hearing tonight and
Yes.
the hearing before?
Yes, that's right.
And so I'd like to see, this is a fine establishment. I've been completely aware of the situation, and I'd like to move that before us tonight. Thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Yeah, as a general principle, having the sale of hard liquor, distilled beverages in a gas station or a service station situation is generally frowned down upon. The idea of having beer and wine makes you stop and think also for, again, being in a service station situation. But as a general rule, having hard liquor being sold in that kind of a situation is just, if you're going to allow it here in this situation, then you need to allow it in all situations. I mean, it may be that this individual carries on a good business and he's got security guards and so forth. But the point is, in terms of equal protection, if you're going to allow it in this situation, it's very difficult to deny it in similar situations subsequent to this. And up to this point, it has been regularly just to deny the Type 21 license, again, with distilled spirits, hard liquor, in situations where you have, again, a service station with a convenience store. And I guess I would argue against that, what you're proposing to approve the Type 21 license. I prefer to stay with just the beer and wine.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, and I understand that, and I respect Councilman Mulvihill's approach to this. I kind of take an opposite view. I think given the location of this particular facility, adjacent to a freeway, one side bordered by a heavily traveled freeway intersection, and getting to, again, that idea of highest and best use. Obviously, there's sales tax to be generated here. I actually have the opposite view in terms of, and I don't know if this is a policy decision in terms of grocery stores versus convenience stores versus gas stations. Is this a staff level decision? What is the basis of that decision-making process?
I will answer that. The development code allows people to apply for either a type 20, which is beer and wine, or a type 21, which is full alcohol. Whenever these projects come up for convenience stores, and convenience stores are treated differently than full grocery stores, given the city's history of overconcentration and problems with smaller liquor stores. Given all of the concern that we've heard from the Planning Commission as well as the community, I, as the director, have implemented the policy that we will not recommend to the Planning Commission approval of a type 21. So this is the third application that's come through in the 4 years that I've been here. The two previous applicants did revise their applications from a 21 to a 20. This applicant, like all applicants, have the ability to go to the Planning Commission and state their case. This applicant did do that, and as Chantal noted, the Planning Commission couldn't come to a consensus, so that's why the item is before. Well, the item would have come to the council anyways, but it doesn't have a final recommendation.
Okay. So I guess it is to some degree discretionary. I mean, obviously, I think there's obviously there's, and I think there's sound basis on both sides. But I think given what we're looking at with this facility, where it's located, I don't know if maybe the councilman, have you received any complaints or anything from residents nearby? I haven't heard anything. And I think that given the fact that if that, if we're going to sell liquor in the city, which we will if we allow it at grocery stores, why not sell it in a location where it's going to have perhaps the least detrimental impact to, grocery stores tend to be located around homes and in neighborhoods, and I've seen the effect. I have one down the street from me. I have a grocery store, and I know the effect that has on the immediate surrounding neighborhood. And so part of me says I'd actually prefer it be in a location like this, away from, our residential areas, so that people aren't engaging in those, consuming or purchasing in areas that are adjacent to homes potentially. But I can see both sides, and I think this is certainly a discretionary item that I can see the rationale, and I think that if we are going to, sell these types of products, and obviously we'll benefit from the sales tax revenue from that, and it's near a freeway, so we're getting that transient, money that comes through off of the freeway, coming off and spending in our city, and then getting back on the freeway and going wherever they're going. It kind of makes sense to me that if that's where we're going to sell it, that would be a reasonable place to do it. So I would approve of the substitute motion, and unless there's substantial reasoning to the opposite, I think this is not unreasonable. Thank you.
Councilman Schroeder.
What's the concentration of liquor licenses in that general area, whether it be 21 or 20? And at the same time, where did this license come from? Is this being traded from somewhere else? Is this a new license that's been?
Give us a moment to find those statistics, but maybe the applicant can in the meantime.
And then one third question that I have is, do we know what is the convenience store that we fought real hard to get across the street a few years ago? Do they have any kind of beer and a liquor license, 20 or 21? Do we know that? They've got a 20.
You're talking the
I
Arco
think
station?
it's at AM, PM, and
Yes,
also a
that
gas
is it.
station.
That's beer and wine.
And this is fairly residential, it looks like to me. I mean, at least you're driving by that station to get to a residential area and a school quite nearby as well.
You're speaking of the Arco or the one?
No, they're the new one.
The new one, there is residential to the west.
Right.
But as has been noted, it is right at the freeway off-ramp.
Right. And the other one isn't quite at the freeway off, the one across the street isn't quite at the freeway off-ramp, but it's very near, and there's a vacant land in between that.
There is a vacant
that would
parcel.
they wanted to develop that at the time, but we fought really hard just to get that little development. And they were satisfied with the 20 license. My other question is whether or not this project will go forward without a license 21.
I think that would be a question for the applicant.
Right, yeah.
And the applicant, I think, could probably also say where the type 21 is coming from. But we do have the numbers for the number of permitted and then how many current type 20 and type 21.
In this census tract,
Yes.
in this area.
This is Census Tract 124. They are allowed 2 off-sale licenses. We currently have a total of 13 active licenses. 3 of them are type 21s, and the rest, the other 10, are type 20s. To be fair, this is a rather large census tract.
Okay, but you say those numbers again.
They're allowed
The tract is
2.
allowed 2 total.
They're allowed 2. We have 13 active.
And 3
Yes.
of those are
Type
21s, the
21.
balance are
Yes.
20s, okay. So I'd like my other questions answered if anyone can, either the applicant or whoever.
Could you state your name?
Good evening. My name is Alex Musino. My
And
address is...
the City Clerk, can you swear the
Oh.
applicant
Is he
in?
not the applicant?
I'm the applicant. Oh,
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought okay. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter before this body?
I do.
Thank you.
Once again, my name is Alex Musino. I'm the applicant. My address is 422 Weir Road, San Bernardino. To answer your first question, we won the Type 21 license in a lottery from the ABC. There were perhaps 105 applicants, and we were one of 10 that was granted the applicant based on our history of operations in 5 counties of California.
And is that a license that can go with you anywhere, or that's approved, or is it specifically for this location?
It's approved specifically for this location.
Okay, thank you. And then, what was the other question I had? I had a couple of questions, I think, that needed answered. Can the project will the project go forward without, with a 20 instead of a 21?
Well, the reason, I don't think so. The reason we have applied for the Type 21 is we have to remain competitive in this competitive business environment. As you know, supermarkets are also becoming gas stations. They're converting part of their parking lots into gas stations.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that.
They are in various locations. So we have to compete with them. We have to stay ahead of the curve when it comes to being competitive. Before deciding on building and proposing this project, we had considered other options as to what to put there. But based on the location, we felt that the 3 uses we're proposing here on one site, a car wash, a gas station, and a convenience store, convenience market, were more appropriate for this location based on the location, and that we felt this was a better service and best use for the community surrounding area. We can't, I don't agree with staff in indicating that this type of use or the sale of alcohol is only should only be kept in supermarkets. The nearest supermarket to this location is in Colton. Would you want your business to go to Colton? We offer convenience. That's the nature of that's the main business we will have there. It's convenience to location, convenience for access, and convenience to quick service in and out. Our location will cater to the local traffic, interstate traffic, and the immediate residential area. So I think what we're proposing there, an investment of $4 million is well suited with our proposal. Other options we considered was a BevMo, 12,500 square foot BevMo. Another use we had considered was a Dollar General. But then after thinking, well, why are we going to invest $4 million in a location that's strategic for those type of uses? So we went ahead and we proposed 3 uses at one location. Now the argument indicated by or stated by staff is that, well, we're close to an elementary school. Well, we're 525 feet from that elementary school. ABC allows a type 20 or type 21 outside of 500 feet from an elementary school. The AM/PM across the street is less than 400 feet from that elementary school. So we're further. They serve as a buffer to us for our use. Now, regarding the concentration of liquor licenses, staff fails to indicate that the 9 out of those 12 are located along East Street, east of our location, east of the highway. And those are liquor licenses that have been in place for many years. We can't undo what's already approved. All we can do is move forward and try to improve on what we have. And that's what we're trying to do.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, sir. The recommendation that I provided in the substitute motion, I failed to mention, I'd like to see, in light of some of Councilman Charrette's and Councilman Mulvihill's suggestions and recommendations, I'd like to, if the applicant would be amenable to this, that the sale of liquor, the type 21 portion, the harder liquor, that it be contained and not sold from 12 p.m. to 6 a.m. Is that agreeable?
That's agreeable, and Councilman Valdivia, we did in a letter dated February 15th.
No, that's fine. If you're agreeable
Yes,
and
we
amenable
are.
to that, great. Moving 12 midnight to 6 a.m., no sale of hard liquor.
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any problems? What is the current proposed volume container of the liquor?
Well, our average store sales for alcohol, are we speaking of alcohol
No,
in
I'm
general?
talking volume container. So what is on the shelf? What is proposed in this type 21 on the shelf for hard liquor?
Well, we'll
Because
have.
I'm not conversant in the hard liquor business.
Okay, we'll have 5 doors dedicated to liquor, which represents less than 50, containers, less than 15% of our store shelf
Footprint.
space.
Okay. And you're saying the size of the bottle. What is the size of the bottle
The
that you're
bottles-
offering on the shelf for hard liquor?
For our liquor, it's standard 750 milliliters.
Is there a smaller version of that?
Yes, they're small. That's the largest. Smaller would be a pint.
Okay. So are there, are you set on the 750?
Well, that's standard.
All right. A couple points here for consideration for the council. The existing location that has been bulldozed, the liquor store that was there before, had a type 21 license. It was already, it had a license that was issued as a type 21. The applicant is providing a lot of good resources here when it comes to the merits of their request. I appreciate the amendment on the dispensing and the sale of the liquor from 12 midnight to 6 a.m. So I'd like that as part of my substitute motion. Also, we're limiting hours. One good benefit, one of the stores that they have in their operation, I won't mention where, but imagine the impact on our sales and tax of fuel ups. So not only are they selling the convenience store aspect, the car wash, but the gas station. One of their stores, if I'm not mistaken, you do 20,000 gallons of gas a day. And so this is a prime spot, folks, for a fuel up. So we have to see this as kind of the boon opportunity for economics. The layout of the gas dispensary station is suitable for what we anticipate on the fuel component. So we need to see this as an economic opportunity of $4 million investment. In addition, we also need to see the sales tax component when it comes to gas ups. And that's where I'm going with this, is it's going to provide some jobs, it's going to clean up a blighted corner, and there's already been a Type 21 license on this facility many years ago, and I appreciate the improvements that you're going to bring to this corner.
Thank you.
I thank you for really working with the city and council, and if this were approved, I look forward to this business, especially with that restriction. I think it's a meaningful compromise to allow the liquor sales. So that'll be my substitute motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I know the operator of this project. He has multiple stations throughout the city, several in the First Ward, and he's always been in full compliance. His staff are always trained, and security personnel are there 24/7, and I'm hoping that these practices will be followed. I support this completely. You do not have any problem with the 10 to 6? Or 12 midnight to 6 a.m.?
No, that's very acceptable to us.
You're okay with
Yes.
that, 7 days a week?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Charette.
You didn't answer the question about the size, the minimum size of the bottle that you'll be selling. A pint would be, you would not be selling pints, you would be selling the 750
The
or
standard,
whatever.
there's the pint and the 750 milliliters. There's two sizes.
But you still haven't answered the question. Are you going to be
Well, yes.
selling both of those?
Yes, that's standard.
But isn't that kind of where you were going, John, that maybe that?
It was just a question.
Oh, okay, well, I have a problem with pints. Yeah, I would never waste my money on a pint.
City Manager.
Mr. Musino, I just...
Yes. My point about the pints, is that's a very, and I haven't experienced this personally, believe me, but it seems like the pints, I see them from all the time emptied and thrown on the side of the road, and that contributes to driving issues and just someone coming in and grabbing one and going and sitting under a tree and drinking it, and I think they're. I'd like to see limit it to your larger size and not pints at all, because I just don't think. Again, I think they're obviously they make money for somebody.
Okay, we'll go up to a gallon then. 750. That's okay. That's fine.
If that's part of your.
Yeah, I can amend to incorporate Councilman Charette's. And also, I think I kept saying 12 p.m., so it'd be 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. So 12 midnight.
So you can't get it at lunch. Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify one
City
thing.
Manager.
Only because I want to make sure that our record and what we've provided to the council is complete. You referenced a February 15th letter. I see your January 9th letter. Was there also a February 15th letter where you provide some additional documentation?
Yes, that's after conversations with Mr. Persico and Chantel on the phone. Few conversations where they indicated their position, and I indicated ours, and I wrote this letter and provided to them with the reasoning behind our proposal and our reasons for continuing with type 21.
Right, but was
And
there a subsequent letter, because you referenced a February 15th letter, and I
yes,
just,
that's the one. I've got a copy right here.
okay. Then we will make sure that in the future, we have all the correspondence in the file, because the only letter we have in your backup this evening, and I apologize to the council, is a January 9th letter, so. if-
This was presented prior to our planning commission
Okay.
hearing.
Then we'll make sure that the record's complete in the future, so that you have all the correspondence.
Thank you.
Councilman Mulvihill.
No, I was going to just reinforce what Councilman Charette was saying. Campo Santo Park is within 100 yards of my house, and at least 3-4 days a week, I go walking my dog in the morning and pick up, they're not even pint size, they're little ones. And people pull up there, they've got, they buy their hamburgers and stuff like that, and beer and what have you. And virtually every night, they have a little party there. And these small sizes, they're not going to take those home. They're not going to take those home. They're going to drink them on the way. And so that's, again, reinforcing the fact that if you have larger volumes, it's not likely they're going to be popping them open and drinking them on, because they're going to be open and they'll have problems when they get stopped by the cops because they have an open liquor bottle there. They won't leave them by the side of the road.
Well, I understand your concern, but we're not a liquor store. Our alcohol sales range from 11 to 13% of sales. That's it. So we're very comparable to a supermarket. We're just about 15% smaller in size and area. But we sell the same product lines, not as many brands, but we're very similar to a supermarket. Thank you.
Mr. Messino, I think earlier you had indicated that the volume of the space dedicated is about 15%.
That includes our floor space. We have on certain aisles on the corners, we have exhibits of beer, and then the others are in cooler. So that includes that space.
What's the anticipated revenue that you expect to generate in total from the car wash, the fuel sales, and the convenience store sales?
Well, the convenience store sales, I can give you a better estimate. We're estimating to sell about $150,000 a month. Fuel depends on fuel prices. A gallonage, I can tell you, above 250,000 gallons a month. Car wash, obviously, it's new, but I think we could probably average about 30 to 40 a day at $10 per car wash, so that'd be 300 or 400 a day.
So you indicated that your alcohol sales, including beer and wine, is about 15%?
No, I said it ranges between 11 to 13% of our store sales.
Of total sales?
Of total sales, correct.
And
that would be that, yes, on the high end for...
And what's the percentage of that 11% that would be the liquor versus the beer and wine?
Well, we anticipate, our sales will probably increase by about 3%. Then they'll go maybe to 15%, so the difference will be hard liquor. The higher dollar amount is due to the, liquor. Hard liquor costs more than a 6-pack of beer or a 12-pack.
So of that 11%, I'm still not following. About how much of that is the liquor sales?
Well, if we go up to 13%, we'll probably have about 3.5%.
Okay, so it's about 3.5%. So you'd indicated, I believe, earlier that if it was just beer and wine, which appears to be the bulk of those sales, that you probably wouldn't go ahead with the operation or the development, although it's only about 3.5%?
Thing is, we have to stay competitive, and as I indicated earlier, we have to compete now with supermarkets that are becoming gas stations. So in order to justify the investment, we have to offer more product lines, and this is one of the additional product lines that we're offering. Also, Most 7-Elevens that we propose there have a square footage of about 2,400 square feet. We're proposing one of 3,700 square feet to increase our products that we'll be offering to the marketplace.
How much do you expect to get out of the car wash? You said $10, about $30 a day?
That'll be a full service. I mean, not a full service. That'd be all inclusive, waxing, et cetera. Anywhere from 30 to 40 car washes a day.
So you're already diversifying the product that you're going to deliver.
That's another service product that we're offering, and that's why it's 3-in-1.
But the 3.5% is enough for you to not go forward with this project?
Well, we have to, I keep maintaining my position of being competitive, okay? And we see AMPM, we own AMPMs. We know how they operate. AMPMs are really hard on competition. So either it's pricing, it's not only in the C-store, it's fuel pricing. If AMPM undercuts us by 5 cents a gallon, that's going to hurt our business. And that's what happens. Generally, AMPM tries to be the low price leader and driver into your business. They'll take away business from our C-store also.
What is the brand of fuel that you're planning to?
Well, it's independent right now, but if you buy independent fuel, it could be Shell, it could be Chevron, it could be Mobil, but we'll buy it independently instead of from a jobber.
I'd like to ask the chief if you had any input as far as your recommendation of Type 20 versus Type 21.
Yes, there is a process.
So I'm just not familiar with it insofar as we normally have an internal process that reviews any and all alcohol permits that go through an ABC thing. What I was asking Mark, because I'm not sure is it at that point?
I believe it did. So we treat from an internal standpoint, Type 20 and Type 21 go through the same process. The ABC statistics in terms of that ABC looks at on sale versus off sale. In other words, if it's a sit-down establishment that's on sale, off sales, gas stations, convenience stores, grocery stores. So from a processing standpoint, Type 20 and Type 21 get treated equally. So yes, to answer your question, it did go through that. Again, the difference between the Type 20 and the Type 21, because the code sets up a conditional use permit process, as has been pointed out, the council has discretion, the commission has discretion. Our recommendation, because there wasn't clear policy direction, but there was concern about alcohol proliferation, I implemented a policy, a staff policy, which was no Type 21s at grocery stores. So to answer your question, it did go through that same internal process, but from the police department standpoint, Type 20 and Type 21 are treated the same from a review. Is it a high crime area? The answer is yes. Is it over-concentrated? The answer is yes. So those are really the two check boxes that the police department goes through. And that's the same process for 20 or 21.
And so outside of that, we simply follow the rules when we do a review process, as Mark indicated. From a direct policing impact, the experience that we have with liquor stores and places that sell alcohol is really largely contained to kind of the single sale type issues. And most of that was dealt with through the deemed approved ordinance that the city has already passed previously. And that is a constant policing battle where we're dealing with much of what you had talked about, Councilman Charette, with the individual containers that have been thrown off on the side of the road or that are used for littering and those types of things. That's where those types of policing challenges come in.
And so with this application, the process, based on the self-imposed policy of the community development was to deny a 21, which you felt also
To
was
recommend- to
was
recommend-
incorporating the crime element that in that particular area? Was that part of the potential higher level of calls for service?
Most of the census tracts, unfortunately, are both over-concentrated in terms of alcohol permits as well as high crime. So the policy of 20 versus 21 on gas stations is really independent of that, just because we have a over-concentration of both alcohol and high crime, pretty much citywide.
And I believe, I believe you indicated there are 13 in the census tract, of which 3 are type 21?
Yes.
And the rest are type 20?
Yes.
Beer and wine. Thank you.
And I do want
City
to
Manager.
make sure that we're very clear. Staff doesn't have the authority to deny. They're making recommendations.
Correct.
So they made a recommendation to the Planning Commission, make a recommendation to you, but we don't actually physically deny an application that comes in.
That is correct, yes. We just, out of fairness, don't want applicants to start a process and not know what our recommendation is going to be. We don't want to be accused of, well, you never told us, we've spent 9 months at this, so we told the applicant when they came in what our recommendation would be. They did submit a letter on February 15th. It wasn't part of the application because it wasn't material. I didn't feel that it was new information. They were just restating, well, we think that staff is wrong and we want to go forward. And we can be wrong and they can go forward. So that's why we're here. So you don't have that letter, but again, I don't believe it's material information that was excluded. It's not material different than what was in the January letter. Absolutely
You indicated
correct.
that you had denied 2 other applicants
We
for
had
type 21.
We had told the applicants, again, we try to tell people very early on, there's a development review committee process, which is a staff level review committee. Most projects go through the ERC. We tell them at that point what our recommendation is going to be. The 2 other applicants at that point said, well, then we'll go with the type 20, because they didn't want to go against staff's recommendation. So again, we did not deny them. Andrea is absolutely correct. We can't on alcohol permits. That decision rests with the Planning Commission and or the council, as in this case. So we didn't deny. We told them we were going to recommend it, and they voluntarily changed their request.
Councilman Nickel has oftentimes made reference to the return on investment, but part of the analysis of that is the calls for service and the additional amount of resources that are required for the city to provide safety. Do you anticipate that having a type 21 would result in a higher level of calls for service?
So this would merely be an educated guess on my part, but we do not, I can't think of any locations where we have significantly, well, we have certain liquor stores that are problematic from a calls for service. There's no doubt that that happens. But simply based upon the type, responsible businesses are typically far better from a calls for service standpoint than non-responsible businesses. I don't know that that would be separated between a type 20 and a type 21, if that makes any sense.
Thank you. Councilman Shred.
John has a question too, but it'll be real quickly. Go ahead, John, I forgot.
Well, I think we beat this up pretty good here, and I'd like to call for the question. And final point, I think there is a conundrum. There's a log jam here. We're getting into the deemed approved ordinance discussion. I'd like to recommend that we allow our staff, I appreciate what they're doing. They're doing what staff interprets to be policy. But I'd like to formally request that our city manager revisit the deemed approved ordinance, provide a workshop for us to understand it, and are there impacts to economic growth because of the deemed approved ordinance? And furthermore, what enforcement components what teeth are in the deemed approved ordinance, and are we enforcing them? Are we allowing our police department to invoke deemed approved ordinance reviews? And we'd like a study, because this is great discussion, and I think this is now at a policy decision, and this is what council does best, that we try to understand the ramifications and all the minutia in a special study workshop. But I think we need to move on. I think the opportunity is here for economic growth, and I respectfully request that we call for the question on this.
My question was those two that you said there were three being asked, and two decided on their own to just go for the 20. Have those been approved, or are those still in the process? We didn't approve those?
They were approved by the Planning Commission as type 20s.
As type, so those projects are going forward?
That is correct. Yes.
As type 20,
As
right,
type
I get it. And so they didn't stop, but.
That is correct.
But it was their choice, and
It was their choice,
I get that.
absolutely, yes.
And I get that. And I'm also concerned, and this goes for all of our commissions, and having full understanding of how important a commission is, particularly our planning commission, and that is, you said that we had 5 of 7. Shouldn't that be a commission of 9?
It is. I was going to
Okay,
point
so,
that out.
and
Yeah,
so my concern and my is that with only 5 of 9, the applicant hasn't really been treated fairly with our service anyway. I mean, we really haven't given them the full service anyway, because it might have been approved with 4 more people at that meeting. Is that correct?
Well, I think you would be hypothesizing, but I do think it's critical that we fill the commission
Right,
appointments.
and I'm going to take that opportunity to make that comment, that we need to fill our commissions, and we need to insist or certainly encourage our commissioners that they attend these meetings, because it can be very important.
That's right. And then the other part of that is, one of the things that we want to spend some time doing is having joint meetings with the council and the commissions, so that they really understand what your vision is, your perspective, the goals that you have for the upcoming year, and then I think it'll be easier for them to make sure they're working consistent with what your expectations are.
Thank you.
All right. We have a request from the public to speak on this issue. Amelia Lopez.
I saw something. Good evening. I was watching it at home, and I had to rush because I need to have something corrected or clarified. But I was called by one of my members from the Neighborhood Association Council, and I turned on the TV set quickly, and she says that someone, I think it was Councilman Valdivia, mentioned that the NAC had approved this item. And the Neighborhood Association Council does not approve liquor licenses.
No, that's not what I said.
And I don't know if it was, you were referencing
No.
San Bernardino Valley College.
What I had suggested, Ms. Lopez, was that the my local neighborhood association council, of which I'm a member.
Which is, which one?
Well, it's a joint one, so it's
The Light Creek Celebrate, or San Bernardino Valley College?
Well, it's the joint one, which would be the Valley College Neighborhood Association, along with the Amtrak Neighborhood Association Council.
Mm-hmm.
They've been apprised of it. They understand it.
So I think if you can say they're not in opposition, I don't know if they approve it or not, but I was told, like I said, I had a couple of calls saying that it was stated Neighborhood Association Council, which is the group that's made up of all the presidents, and we don't endorse alcohol and so forth. I heard also some discussion about the Planning Commission, because as I recall, the Planning Commission was unanimous in denying this based on the recommendation. So was it unanimous? It wasn't unanimous?
No, this was a time where there were only 5 commissioners there.
Okay.
The commission only came to a 3-2 decision, and with general plan amendments and zone changes, they need 4 of the commissioners, actually 5 of the commissioners, excuse me, to vote in the affirmative. Because we only had 5 there and it wasn't a unanimous vote, it's before the council without a commission recommendation.
I think the commissioners who voted against it their concern was the oversaturation. I think that's what it was.
That's generally the reason for commission's denial, correct.
I just wanted to correct that because I didn't want it to, I didn't hear it, but since I had a couple of members who were concerned, and the NAC is a different type of entity, we don't tell individual neighborhood associations if they oppose or anything like that, and so that may be the case. And we thought that that's what probably was meant, but to have the NSA listed as approving alcohol, that's not us. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Excuse
Please
me,
cast your votes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Because there's been several changes made to the resolution, and the deemed approved ordinance has it has a set of model conditions, what I might suggest is the council could hold the first reading of the ordinance. It has to come back in 2 weeks for a second reading. That 2 weeks would give us time to clean up the resolution, and we'll bring back a clean copy of Resolution 2018-158 with the changes and really making the appropriate findings for why a Type 21 is important, because this resolution doesn't contain that. So the council could achieve their goals, the applicant wouldn't lose any time, and we would come back with a second reading and a cleaned up resolution if that's the wish of the majority of the council.
So then there would be no action at this time required?
You would do the first reading of the ordinance and direct staff to bring back revisions to Resolution 2018-158, which is in the packet. So we'll clean that up and we'll bring it back in 2 weeks.
I think the motion needs to be to introduce for first reading the ordinance and lay it over for adoption at the next meeting, and then also to continue the resolution for modification to the next meeting.
Is that your,
That's fine. Yep.
and is the second?
Well, I'm okay with the modified motion. That's fine.
All right.
It just lets us clean up the record, that's all.
All right.
Okay, on item 24, the motion was to accept for first reading and lay over the ordinance for adoption at the next regularly scheduled meeting, and allow staff to, and continue the resolution 2018-158 for modification at that same meeting. The motion was made by Mr. Valdivia, it was seconded by Mr. Nickel, and it passes 6-1 with Mr. Mulvihill voting no.
Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break. Item number 25, the recommendation is, it's recommended that the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino conduct a public hearing to receive public comment relative to the fiscal year 2018-19 proposed operating budget and the fiscal year proposed capital improvement plan, and provide staff direction.
Mayor, members of the
Mr.
council,
Mason?
I don't get to say anything?
This is a public hearing.
Stop when you get, yeah.
Mr. Mason, please push your button.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I wasn't nervous, now I'm very nervous. Now get going, okay. I will briefly run through the presentation I have this evening. Just a quick reminder of where we've been this season, this budget season. It's been very, as you've heard Andrew say several times, a very intentional, interactive process. Kicked it off in December, presented a mid-year budget report for 17-18 in March, and then 3 meetings in May where we reviewed the budget, the CIP, and then infrastructure assessments, the financial model, and other things. We have a public hearing today, and then proposing adoption in 2 weeks. These meetings have talked about a number of things, the financial position specifically, where we talked about the projected $32 million in reserves we expect to have at June 30, 2018, reviewed the revenue sources and projections in some detail with you at one meeting. The 20-year plan, we talked about it some length, actually at several meetings, that we've cleared the deficit position for the current year with the process we've gone through, but as you look out through that model, there's deficits ahead next year, 4.2, 4.3, roughly, moving to more than $7 million in 22-23, and we want to take actions even now to begin to mitigate that deficit. We reviewed infrastructure assessments by Public Works and Parks in one of the sessions. Talked about the capital investments to be made, and the whole objective was that this would be a thoughtful, interactive process, reviewing all expenditure requests consistent with the mayor's and council's goals and objectives. Where we were when we first submitted to you, or staff prepared the preliminary documents of the CIP and the operating budget. The citywide operating budget, when first presented and reviewed, was $167.3 million, and expenditures were $166.7 million, so balanced. But those were all funds together. Within those totals, the general fund was roughly $127 million, both in revenues and expenses, with a minor, precarious was the word that was used, balanced situation of $13,000. The capital improvement, when first presented, was just over $46 million, which was twice that of the prior year. As being presented this evening, the citywide revenues have increased to almost $169 million. The citywide expenditures have decreased by nearly $400,000 to $166.3 million. The general fund revenue has not changed. It's the same number as presented previously, and the expenditures have come down to $126.2 million, decreasing by over $700,000. This creates a more substantial surplus instead of the $13,000, $743,000 nearly, as presented tonight. Again, the capital improvement program remains at $46 million. That has not changed. I want to quickly run through the items specifically that are accounting for those changes. Internal service charges is the biggest single piece. When the HR director got the final quote for the general liability excess insurance premium, you've heard talk about us leaving one JPA going to another. There are fiscal reasons for that, as well as operational reasons, but this was one of those big reasons. That the premium was $400,000 less than we were paying in the prior year. So that's been able to be run through the internal service charges distributed to the departments and saving quite a bit of money. The two initially new proposed positions that have been discussed early, as you've heard the city manager discuss also, have been, those needs have been addressed internally, or will be addressed internally with staff shifts, saving another $140,000. Moving out of the 215 building, where HR and clerk are currently, is anticipated, which will save another $200,000 by the time they can give notice and actually make the changes out. The car allowances that certain members of staff receive have had automatic increases of $25 a month per year, so about $300 a year. Those have the automatic increases being removed, and therefore, that's to say about $8,400 a year. The weed abatement, you've heard that talked about. We're contracting that out instead of filling the vacant position. That total savings is about 110, though a portion of that was already incorporated because of the way it was reflected in the preliminary, with the remaining pieces pulled out. An additional $65,000 was still there that had not yet been combed through, and that was identified and pulled out. The last piece is just an FYI. Mostly at one of the meetings, an action was taken to approve $150,000 to engage a ballot measure consultant to assist with the election potential coming up in this November, or the potential measures to be considered this November. And while that was initially going to be taking the budget out of balance at the time, the action was taken in fiscal year 17-18, and there are sufficient resources in this year to do that without moving the needle on the $32 million. And so that can be recorded in the current fiscal year. It does not have to be part of the 18-19 budget. And that accounts for the general fund. The other city funds, the assessment district revenues had not been, the levies had not been determined. We had the preliminary budget put together. As a result, those are now done and available, and those have been included in the budget that was put before you this evening for this evening's meeting. That's about $1.2 million. That's the landscape lighting, landscape maintenance districts that are throughout the city. Same situation with the successor agency administrative budget. The ROPS had not been finalized yet. There was discussions going on with the Department of Finance. When that was completed, we knew what the final numbers were going to be for next year. As a result, we can then know for sure what the administrative budget will be, and that revenue and expense, which is the same number for both sides of that equation, have now been incorporated in the budget also at $599,000. And then lastly, the housing and urban development programs got their final notices indicating what the actual awards will be for next year. They were higher by the amounts shown there for 18-19, and so those two have been reflected in increased revenues, estimated revenues, and then also balanced on the expenditure side of the house too. It's just some brief analysis on the numbers. Is that the budget combined the CIP and the operating budget's over $212 million. It's a $31 million increase, or 17% over last year, primarily due to the CIP, which I mentioned before is doubling to $46 million this next year, if approved. The general fund revenue is up $7 million, or 6%. That's healthy. You recall recent transactions this year between the VLF and lieu property tax item that was recently approved with the county agreement. And earlier in the year, the San Manuel funding for public safety was $1.2 million for the next fiscal year. Those two accounts are not one time, but they are new. They were not part of the ongoing from previous year. The ongoing revenue is up about 4% roughly, which is it's not a blazing number. It's not a low number. It's just healthy and good. It means we're cooking reasonably. And then the expenditure side of the house is up $6 million, or 5%. Again, the expenditures are related to San Manuel, are part of that reason. But the salary and benefits, primarily being the PERS piece, as you've heard us talk about on multiple occasions, accounts for $4 million of the expenditure increase next year. On the staffing side of the house, we're proposing 723 full-time positions. That reflects a decrease of 23, or 3% reduction. That's vacant positions that have, in several cases, been filled for vacant for several years or over longer than a year. Also, as mentioned before, contracting where it makes fiscal sense to do so, like with weed abatement. And then really the bottom lines of the budget is presented is built to be maintain existing service levels with incremental improvements, just kind of the baby steps as we move forward comfortably, making improvements where we can, but making sure we're taking care of business that's in front of us still. Fund contractual and mandated obligations, and then that where available resources exist, they've been allocated to one-time kinds of costs to maintain flexibility to deal with the fiscal challenges that lie ahead still. And then if the budget for the general fund were to come to pass exactly as proposed, and next year those are the exact dollars materialized, we would grow our reserves for a projected number from $32 million to $32.7 million. And conclusion, next steps, is tonight's public hearing on the budget and CIP. We're seeking additional direction if you have any, and then we would be scheduled for adoption 2 weeks from tonight on June 20th.
Any questions from council for staff? Councilor Valdivia?
Thank you. On slide number 8, you're seeking direction and discussion here from council. Is that right, Ms. City Manager? I think we really need to have a policy discussion as to where the money is on that VLF in lieu property tax. The refund that we're seeking, it's been authorized by the council to enter in that negotiation process. Do you have a plan for the $1.8 million?
Budget that you see. So in order to balance the budget, remember initially when we started the budget process, we had a deficit of about $5 million. We made several cuts. We realigned things within the organization, moved some people around so we didn't have to cover certain positions. But one of the ways that we also dealt with that $5 million shortfall was to use the $1.5 or $1.8 million VLF in lieu property tax fee. And I would say that remember, it's not a refund or anything of that nature. It's just when we estimated the cost to provide fire services by the district, they looked at our current property tax revenues, the base amount, and didn't feel that that was sufficient based on what they anticipated the cost to be. And so we entered into this additional relationship where we would supplement that with VLF revenues. In the event, which is what occurred, there wasn't that additional money needed that was to return back to the agency. So that's really money that they had anticipated maybe needed to provide the fire services is no longer needed to do that, and so it should return, just like any other general revenue, return back to the city's general fund.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. My perspective is that there are diminished service outposts in our fire service contract, so that we have 3 stations that are still browned out, one due to asbestos or mold or whatever, and the other 2 that the council decided to close. So, I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I think we need to really have those conversations. Is the $1.8 million, how can we reopen fire stations? How can we provide for that component where the service rendered is not being, in my estimation, as I understand it, is not there. So I'd like to talk about that a little bit more. The final adoption is not till 2 weeks from now.
It's 2 weeks from, yes, yes. Final adoption, we're recommending this tonight's
Right.
meeting is really the public hearing. Budget adoption would be recommended at the very next meeting. I think it may be informative, though, for us to agendize a discussion about our agreement with the county, because
Fair.
it's not a contract for service. You know, some cities do
Sure,
contract for various
understand.
services, and you contract for a particular, you define the level of service that you choose, and then you contract for that particular level of service, and ultimately companies or agencies can either provide that or not. Our relationship with the district is different. We entered into an agreement with the county where we are annexing into the fire protection district, and so they are responsible for making decisions about resource allocations and things. They used our figures and what our service model was as kind of a baseline model, but they will be, as the chiefs, because there were a few of them here that night, indicated, you know, they are constantly looking at the placement of our fire stations. They are taking that information into account when they're looking at other service opportunities, because they are exploring annexation with some other neighboring communities, which would change then potentially the placement of the fire stations. But they're currently doing all that modeling now to know where their stations are best located. So I think as we continue to get more information, in terms of that modeling effort that they're undergoing now, certainly they will come back and return and have that discussion with us. But I think it's important, if there's questions about how we actually engage them in those discussions, we certainly can re-agendize that.
I would be, I'm of the opinion that the $1.8 million that we're seeking, that has been paid for by the taxpayer with the increased property tax fee. And so I cannot somehow fathom the opportunity that, you know, residents are paying more for less service. And so when we have 3 fire stations still not online and providing a service, that impacts residents and families in our community. So what I'd like for you to consider and bring back to the council is, how do we spend this $1.8 million and reinvest it in our current fire system? Because the opportunity is that, as I understand it from the chief, that there might be the addition of a squad, a paramedic squad. And I'd like the options before the council so that we can understand what really to do with this $1.8 million. My other point is on...
I just would note, if the council wants to redirect those revenues or earmark them for something, that we will need to look at other adjustments in the
Oh,
budget.
absolutely. No, that's for consideration. And finally, on slide number 9, you know, I understand a $32.7 million reserve, but let's talk about that and let's have candid and frank conversation. The 32.7, is that a growth rate of how much then, Brent, from compared to previous year?
We had 30 million.
100% growth?
No.
We had none?
No.
Yeah, what's the, we had what, and now you're saying will grow to 32.
We're projecting $32 million at the end of June 3018. And so if the budget came out exactly as adopted, which it won't, it'll come higher or lower.
Sure.
But if that was the case, then we would grow by that $700,000 surplus situation. It would just add to fund balance then.
So, Ms. City Manager, what is, you know, we have $32.7 million in the general fund reserve. What are we going to do with it? How do you intend to program that, and what is best used for that?
I will go back to the last 3 study sessions that we've had to discuss this. Remember, we are projecting at this year, initially, a $5 million deficit. We were able to trim our way out of that by looking at increased revenues like the $1.8 million and making service adjustments. We've made quite a few adjustments in this budget, so all along the way, that's why you've seen changes in the numbers, because we've been able to make some adjustments. For instance, we initially had indicated that we wanted to add 2 full-time positions. Given the fact that we recognize on a go-forward basis we have concerns with our long-term sustainability, we recommended that we make some adjustments within our current organization to cover the needs but not add to our existing complement of employees. As I mentioned when we talked about the 20-year financial model and we really focused on that 10-year period, next fiscal year, even with the trimming that we've done this year to come in right at budget or precariously balanced, next year we anticipate a $4.3 million budget deficit if we don't change anything at all. That grows to about $7 million, then begins to lower to, again, about $4 million over the span of 10 years. If we don't begin to make adjustments to our budget, we will have spent that $32 million in just a few years. So with respect to what do we plan to do with that, we're talking about investing $46 million in the community this year in capital improvements. You saw a significant growth, and we can determine exactly what that growth rate is, but significant growth over the prior years in terms of the capital investments we're making in the community. But we would strongly urge that until we really look at reorganizing our operation and really becoming a much leaner municipal organization, that we want to be very careful about spending too much of that reserve, because we would go through that reserve in just a few years if we're not able to cure the budget deficit that we see coming up next year and for the next several years beyond that. And another point that Greg just reminded me of, and that reserve that you have is unlike a lot of communities. Most communities have other reserves, a reserve for equipment replacement, a reserve for maintenance of infrastructure, so your building replacement reserves. We have one, so it sounds like a lot of money, but we have one reserve, and that's this reserve that you see here.
So we're still lacking. I mean, when we talk equipment
Significantly
reserves
lacking.
and others,
Yes.
we are not quite there.
No, in fact, not even not quite there. We are very far away. We're in a good financial position. We have a lot of opportunity. We are, I'm not coming to you, like I think some agencies are going to be faced with, and really, frankly, like this one was faced with when we filed bankruptcy, where we had no options. I think what we're trying to alert you to now is we're secure. We're making some incremental movement. We're starting to reinvest in the community, but we better be very, very careful because we are not still in a very good financial position.
Andrea, would it be possible to maybe provide in narrative format as a follow-up, what other reserves are we lacking? Just enumerate them so we can comprehend the gravity of the opportunity.
Yeah, we will
Understanding
include that.
what other deficiencies might there be, and yet constant perennial cheerleader, be an optimist to fundraise for that and try to, save our pennies so that we can satisfy those buckets to really be prepared for the storm.
And a couple of other things that you've done that are very healthy for us and healthy in terms of our ability to really attract other investment in the community, not just economic investment from private businesses, but also in terms of grants and things. The more we define, like we've done through this process, and it's hard because we know the demand is, the need is great, and our ability to fund everything, is a challenge. But the more we define what are those projects and amenities that we want in our community that are unfunded, and so you'll notice in various sections in the capital improvement plan, we have lots of projects that we've said, we know these are necessary, and they probably need to be like a 1 to 3 year window to be completed, maybe 5 years, and we have a sense of what the number is, but they're not funded yet. Then that gives us a chance to really go out to various representatives, state and local officials, consultants, grants, coordinators, and say, gosh, this is what the need is in our community. These are defined projects that we know are critical, approximately what it's going to take to do it, and this is what we need to focus on and help find resources to fill. But we will give you the list. Not only will I give it to you as an enumerated list, but as we approach the actual budget adoption, I'll update the transmittal letter again. So we clearly define in there, here are the various reserves that most other communities have that we think would be prudent for us to consider in the future, so that not only you have it as a list, but you have it in the transmittal letter too.
And there's no need to move for approval. This is just continuance.
Continuous
hearing,
taking hearing information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Penman? Move to public comments. City Clerk will swear you in. Could you please turn your mic on?
Is it on? James Penman, 221 East Marshall Boulevard, San Bernardino. I'm here to speak on City Attorney's budget, one item, tell you how you can save $250,000 very easily. The city just had a study done by Management Partners, and if Management Partners didn't tell the City Attorney's Office in that study how to modernize their office, so you have to spend $250,000 on a private attorney from a private law firm, somebody's didn't do their job. Secondly, you don't have to spend that money. There are a lot of options to that. Jolena Greider, and I have to check her current title because I can never remember it, Chief Assistant City Attorney, is more than competent to do that for nothing. She can contact the city of Palm Springs, which just modernized their office by going from a contract city attorney, which cost them a lot of money, to an in-house city attorney, which cost them a lot less. You can find out from them. Jolena was always coming up with good ideas to modernize the city attorney's office. When I was there, those that the council would approve funding for, we adopted. Those that they wouldn't, of course, we did not. I'm sure Mr. Sines would do the same thing. Mr. Sines could recuse himself as her supervisor for her to do that study, and she could do it. Now, let's say she doesn't want to do it, which she might not for a variety of reasons. Okay, fine. You've got other people out there who would do it. You've got retired city attorneys who know this stuff and stay on top of what the current trends are. One of them is Dennis Barlow, former county council of Yuba County, former city attorney, city of Burbank, former senior assistant city attorney, city of San Bernardino. Dennis prides himself in keeping up on the latest techniques. I'm sure you threw him 10, 15 grand, he would do it easily. $250,000 to have somebody come in-house for a year and tell you how to modernize your office when you just paid for Management Partners. Management Partners did a study when I was here. We implemented every one that they came up with except the one about the doing away with the books, and that was because Henry and Payne was in the office, and Henry was a great attorney, but he didn't like to go online and do his research that way, so we had to keep the books going, and one other attorney. We don't have to do that anymore. It's a waste of money to spend $250,000, the taxpayers' money, to come up with an idea on how to modernize the city attorney's office. Jolena Greider knows how to do it, and you ought to go to her. And if for some reason she's not available, there are a lot of other sources out there. These groups are incestuous. If you're hiring from a private firm, a municipal attorney, he does municipal law work, and I can tell you what his recommendation is going to be. Don't modernize it, go to an outside attorney. That's what, you can pay me $1 and I'll put that in writing if you want. Save you $249,000 right there. Jolene can do it for less. And there's a lot of other people out there who can do it. It is ridiculous to spend $250,000 and to hire a person with a conflict of interest whose firm is going to want to get hired, and even if they don't, he'll go to another firm that will. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public speaking for this public hearing. Yippee. All right, so this public hearing is now closed, and now we'll go on to number 26. Item number 26 is quasi-judicial hearing for the appeal of Pepe's Towing. By mutual agreement, the parties have indicated they wish to continue this to June 20th, 2018.
Mr.
City
Mayor,
Manager.
members of the council, and I apologize, Julie and I have not had a chance to talk about this, but I believe subsequent to some of the earlier discussions, Jelena did have a discussion with the attorneys. We're recognizing that this has been going on for some time period, so it's been 6 months, so we're recommending that it will take place on June 20th. Mr. Pinman did provide a note that I have. I don't remember him handing it to me, but I do see it. That someone is out of state on the 20th, I believe it's his client, and is requesting to continue it to July 5th of 2018. So if the council is agreeable, it would be continued to June 5th. I'm just sensitive, or I'm sorry, June, July, oh yeah, one of those to July 5th. But I am sensitive to the fact this has been going on. This is not, I mean, and I kind of joked about it the other day. I'm not sure when this item goes away if we'll know how to close a meeting, because we close every meeting with Pepe's. So, I mean, if this is the last continuance, then, you know, but then I think it needs...
It even wasn't, because you were making it the 20th, and now we've already asked to go to the 5th.
Yeah, yes, yes, but
So it
again,
still wasn't the last.
No, but again, I was just given this today, asking that it could be continued to July 5th. So it's really up to the council.
Mr. Pinman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mike Schaefer, the attorney who's going to be doing most of the presentation, is out of the state and possibly even out of the country. And we tried to get to him before we agreed to the 20th. We agreed to the 20th because that's the date that the attorney for the tow companies requested, because he couldn't do it the last time. So we agreed to accommodate him. Now we're asking the council to accommodate us for this, since our guy, he couldn't be here at this meeting, and our attorney can't be here, not from my firm, but from Bill Lemon's firm, can't be here the 20th, so we're asking this to put it over to July 5th. We'll be ready to go July 5th.
Councilman Vadivian.
Ms. City Manager, does the attorney from the other side, is it Mr. Ring? Is that right?
I believe so.
Have you checked his availability for July 5th?
I have not, because I apologize, this was just...
So we
handed
still
to me.
don't even know if this is
No,
acceptable to Mr. Ring?
no, he had given me this date at the last meeting, and I have not heard from him. This note was given to me now, so I apologize. I was not aware that I needed to confirm with him because we had agreed. So.
Councilman Mulvihill.
To add something else to it, the 5th is a Thursday, and I suspect that SCAG's going to be meeting, so I won't be here. If there's going to be a meeting of the council on the 5th, I'll probably be in Los Angeles.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a 4th of July. Oh, yeah,
It's a
because
Wednesday,
the 4th of
yeah.
July holiday. We could, yeah, I mean, yes, you can change your council meeting date, because you're right, it is, because of the holiday, it's the next, is it, really? Is it? Oh, okay,
The 4th is Wednesday.
right, yes. You're not coming on the 4th of July to this meeting. I mean, the level of commitment is just, we'll barbecue hot dogs. Yeah, so it would be the 5th, unless you want to change it, you can change the date, if you'd like to change the date to another date.
Your Honor, I would remind the mayor and
But-
council that it was mutual agreement on those continuances. And when we first started them, the city manager's office was in agreement, and we mutually presented those continuances.
Yeah, we did agree a long time ago. So it's really up to the council if you'd like to continue it to the 5th, and then, again, I really didn't think about the fact there's a conflict. Yes, yes. Or for that matter,
18th.
18th. That's a regular, that would be your regular Wednesday meeting.
All right, so that is your vote?
July 18th. And then we will contact the attorney and just let him know that we weren't able to accommodate the 5th and the following meeting. Or if you can communicate that as well, and then I'll follow up with them.
All right.
I don't have his contact information. He's never contacted us, and I wasn't here the day he showed up. So I mean, I'll be happy to contact him if the city attorney's office will give me his address, or give me his phone number. And
That's fine, we'll take care of that.
thank you.
So that gives over a month to...
Yes, sir. That should work for us.
All right.
I'll make the second.
Virginia already made the second.
I didn't.
On item 26, the continuance of the public hearing, the appeal of Pepe's Towing, the motion to continue this to July 18th was made by Mr. Mulvihill and seconded by Ms. Marquez, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor?
I believe that concludes our meetings. I think
We got to go back to closed session, but if my colleagues would indulge me, and the mayor through the chair, please, I'd like to just recognize a couple of passings of some citizens of San Bernardino. Manny Delatorre passed away. I don't have the exact date. It's been a couple of weeks ago. He would have been 80 years old. Manny was a graduate of Pacific High School of 1957, worked at the Sun Company for 40 years, was the past president of the Orange Show. I think virtually everybody knew Manny in one way or another, was contacted by Manny Delatorre. Married to Mary Lou for 59 years and is survived by by Mary Lou and his son Bobby. The services will be held at St. Bees Church on June 13th at 9:30. Manny, from a personal view, was like a brother to me, a very, very dear friend of my older brother, Denny, and was a very integral part of our family, and he will be missed. The other person I'd like to recognize is Marie Alonzo. Marie was a longtime resident of the city of San Bernardino. Marie ascended to the title of, she was the first Hispanic woman that was a director of a department at the county of San Bernardino. She ran facilities maintenance for many, many years. She also was chairwoman of the Arrowhead Credit Union for many, many years and served on that board for very many years. She is survived by her husband, Alex. Her services were actually held yesterday. She died on May 28th, and will be missed, and was quite a community activist, very involved in the St. Bees Hospital and other boards. And again, I'd like to request that this meeting be closed in their honors, both Manny Delatorre's and Marie Alonzo's.
Thank you. And I will also add to that the death of my sister that took place on June the 3rd, and so we'll close the meeting on behalf of all three of those. My sister was Lene Field, and she died from complications due to diabetes, and so we will close the meeting in the name of all three of those. So, but the meeting's not closed yet, so when we come back. So at this time, we will reconvene to closed session.